All right, it is time, boys. Mic check. 1, 2. Two Legit City on the mic. Guys, we're going to be starting a new run today. Today, we're going to be starting a new Spaced Out Start Relica. We are going to be doing more of a guided playthrough. So what we're going to do is just play the game, do all the pod objectives, and then we'll try to kind of guide the people through, explain what we're doing, the decision-making process, you know, what goes into it, what we're considering. And then we are going to be doing all the pod objectives so that you guys have a easier time getting all that done. So of course, we're going to be doing this on the Relica planet. This is going to be on the Spaced Out Start, not the lab map. This is just normal setup. While I will be randoming the seed, there will be certain traits I will want to avoid just because it makes it more normal playthrough, right? And one of the things I'm going to mention is slime molds. Getting slime molds makes doing one of the steps really easy, and it's not even something to think about. So I don't want to have that easiness make it easier for myself. So we're going to be doing a D20. I see you, Cyberdyne. 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and slime molds. We do it again. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Magma channels, glaciers, boulders. I guess that's fine. What's going on, Hunter? Welcome in. What's Relica? That's the new planet you get on the, right here, Relica Miner. It's a new planet you get on the new Dino Prehistoric Planet Pack DLC. All right, we're gonna be on normal settings. We randomed our magma channels glaciers. It is what it is. And for the most part, we are in. All the story traits are on. Default settings. Let's go. No geoactive, yeah. But we're gonna shoot down. We're gonna shoot down the meteor. It's gonna be easy. We're gonna go with standards. Y'all know how it is. And then we want research. Oh, it's pay. Nice. And then we have build supply. And then I want digging skill. All right, so is there a combo I should be looking for? Realistically, I think we just get research rocketry, but that doesn't really matter too much. We could take this. Then you want at least build supply. Ooh, exosuit training. That's not bad because that allows you 2 athletics. I need to get him operating though. I want the mechatronics. That's gonna be a long roll. That's gonna be a long roll, boys. Not bad. So close. Man, they're giving me one, and then when I re-roll, they give me the other. They know the combo I want. Come on. So close. Never lucky. Dude, I'm gonna get build supply operating and it's gonna be bad trades. Watch. They're gonna give me the worst trades. Ten years later. I feel like I've gotten every combination except that one. Come on, man. One time? I'm committed, though. I want my mechatronics guy. I hate this game, man. What is this, man? Oh, I got baited. Oh, man. Back to Oni, we are. Our mods. Oh, I haven't updated my mods yet. What's going on, Linda? Relica is the new dino planet that we got. I'm worried, not Byron, that happens. There is a mod. I just the one I was using was broken, so right, because DLC drop, all the mods break. I haven't updated or looked for an alternative yet. Come on, man. Build supply operating. Dude, man, never lucky. We did it! Hey! Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Now the next one we need is dig skill. What do we want for the last one? Dig skill, honestly, doesn't really matter too much. You just want dig skill. I would probably want to get him, because you're going to be digging a lot in the beginning, but at some point you're going to slow down. So dig tidy, dig farming. Ooh, I don't want to do cooking though. Dig ranch, maybe. I wouldn't want that though, because that's skill points, right? Dig supply is kind of nice. Small bladder though. This is pretty solid. I don't want to roll too much. I don't want to roll too much. All right, guys, we need a name. What's the smartest dinosaur? Ancient Mamba. That's pretty good. There's no kinetically... Was the T-Rex smart? It was the most vicious. Dude, I don't know if you could actually, like, look at intelligence when it comes to dinos, right? Because it's like, how do you measure that? All right. The first Mamba. I'm in. All right, so if you guys are just starting out, a lot of times you're going to want at least one person researching, one person with digging skill. These two guys don't matter too much. I got rocketry on my researcher because of doing some telescope scanning in the future. Otherwise, with the research skill, you can pair with pretty much anything. A lot of times, though, you do have to understand they're going to be researching a lot in the beginning, so their other interests aren't going to matter, which is the reason why it's, you know, something that's not a big deal. When it comes down to your dupe that's digging, you're going to automatically want to invest your first couple skill points into the skills of digging so that you could dig through some of the harder rocks. So because of that, in the beginning of the game, they're going to be doing a lot of that. That's going to be nice. But later on, they're going to be needed to do other jobs because after a certain point, you're going to be done with digging. So the other interest is going to be for the future. Now, the only dupe that realistically matters is this dupe. You always want build, supply, operating. And the reasoning behind that is because that's a setup for mechatronics. Mechatronics is going to be a building task, but requires you to have operating supply interest so that you can get into the mechatronics skill, which is a 5-point investment. This is a little bit, you know, thinking about the future. But the reason why you want to roll a dupe like this is because it makes managing the morale a lot easier. Later on, you're going to want this dude to build a lot of the more advanced buildings, and it's going to be very hard to roll. Now, of course, you're always welcome to just have a build supplier, as that's the natural synergy, and then just give them mechatronics if you don't want to waste time rolling for it. Otherwise, though, this is going to be our starting dupe set. This is going to be the first Mamba. Let's get it in. What's going on, Dr. Evil's Rubber Duck? I see you over there. These in. Let's go. All right, we're going to pause off the get-go. Look at the map. We got some lum babies. We got some cold on the side. This is the Rex biome. We got our pod right there. We got to grab that. This is a very normal Relica start. We're going to be wanting to locate our water. This is going to be the closest one, so we're going to naturally want to get close to that. Of course, though, we're going to start off digging that way. Before we unpause the game, let's set up a couple things. I'm going to do my day one strat. Make all this work. Duplicate row. We do 2, 2. No alarms. Once we get past the first day, we're going to delete this. This is so that we could utilize the 70% stamina per cycle. So they're going to have enough stamina to survive full day and a half. Next thing we're going to set up is the priorities. We're going to be doing a, normal set that I like to do. So doing the new duplicates up top sets up the new dupes. The reasoning is because unless you're interested into these errands, it's not worth it. You're going to get dupes decorating and just kind of wrecking some of the buildings. And it's not needed, right? Until you get someone with Masterworks or something higher or something lower than that. Cooking, because cooking is a long task. Same with researching. Once you start it, you're not going to stop most likely because it's going to be a long job. You also need skills for the cooking, so a lot of times you just don't want to give it to them. Ranching is going to be skill based as well. They won't realistically be able to help without the ranching skill anyways, because they can't use the buildings. So our researcher is going to be Steve. Rocketry, we just don't have anyone driving. Skills for Ali, you are build supply. And then John is digging. Okay, that's fine. So we have 2 double interests. So I probably need to help out some of the other ones when it comes to the task. So we'll do farming, operating here, tidying, and then we'll do storing there. Right? So we don't have a dash. We have some sort of form of interest. These aren't jobs you'll do on the day-to-day. So that's going to be how we set up our new dupes. Not bad. All right, quick pause. Dinos are not aggressive. Not to dupes, at least. You're more worried about the mosquitoes. This is normal Relica. Elisa, welcome in. All right. So we're going to be wanting to go grab the water. There's not too much that the map is telling us outside of this right side being cold. Since that is cold and we can't mine through the abyssalite, we probably want to go to the left. Now, of course, we're going to want to grab the technology. And then another thing we're going to do is harvest plants. You're going to want to auto harvest, right? A lot of times you just want to do this so that once you get the ability to reach the plants, your dupes will automatically try to harvest it. It's always going to be something you want to do unless you have a critter nearby that's going to eat the food. That can't happen with like a hatch or something. Outside of that, we're going to want to go this way. We're going to try to unlock the portal. Try to get some water. And that's going to be our beginning start. So we're going to have this on 1x speed for now. Okay, so we will want to research. So that requires metal. And then we're going to want algae because we want to breathe. It's always nice. Our first day goals are going to be to get a toilet set up. So we want to get a bathroom. And one of the things I like setting up is 20 wide floors. We have to find out where we want to set this up. I might want ladders here. If we do, this water is going to be, kind of in the way. But then we don't have that much space on the right side. So if we do put a ladder here, I don't want the portal to be in the way. So that usually means that I'll probably want this, which means here. A little unfortunate, but we'll have to set it up like that. We go to here, go to there, and there. So that's going to be our floor. That also means this is going to be a ladder. We don't really need to dig that out yet. And then I will want to dig this and that. We will lose a little bit of resource, but you know, we got to get to the water. We will want to get our toilet set up. I'm gonna actually put that on the second floor. Get that started right there. Okay. So far, so good. Pro tip for the beginning of the game, you could do this on cycle 1. You hit Z on spaced out, click on the planet, you get to see your meteor type, geysers you have available, world traits, you see some other values like light value and rad value, your biomes. And then of course you keep zooming out, you see that there's a meteor on the way. This is only because of the Relica start. Now of course that the Molier asteroid is specific to this planetoid, but it's going to be one of the things we're going to work towards. We're going to shoot it down. All right, unlock the portal. My man Steve. Come on Steve, you got this. Alright, cutscenes. Good stuff, good stuff. So we're going to be having our toilets here eventually, and this is going to be the same setup for the room size. So this initial setup with the printing pod, I like to set it up so that we could put bedrooms, and that's 64 tall. So that's if you go here to here, that's 64 tiles, and then you have tiles for a door, and then you have a lip tile on the outside where you could stand, put a statue, storage bin, deodorizer, whatever it might be. That's my typical setup. You guys are free to do whatever you guys want. This is likely going to be the wash basin. Right, we got to get toilets up. All right, now priority-wise, you're going to want to get the toilet setups first. Probably not so much the wash basin. We're also going to want to dig this tile to get access to the water. Right, so of course we're going to want the pitcher pump. What happens if you completely dig out an estimated impact area? Nothing. You can dig it out if you have time. The meteor impact area doesn't change. It knows where it's going to hit. Yeah, we're going to be doing a new playthrough. All right, got our first toilets up. That reminds me, we're gonna go to germ overlay and up the slider, just because disinfecting germs doesn't really do anything in this game. Having your dupes actively do it is honestly just a waste of time. All right, so right now we found another ice biome. We're sandwiched in between, a little bit leaked through, which is kind of nice. This cools down the map a little bit. In this game, you're always fighting against the heat, so, you know, it's always nice to have. Now, we're only cycle 1 still. We got our toilets up. We want to put this up to priority 9. And we're digging up. That's because you normally want to go up because that's going to be where space is. At the same time, though, you do also want to go down. So the reasoning is because the dupes breathe out a gas called carbon dioxide, and it's going to happen every time they breathe. So they breathe in, but then they release CO2. So this is going to eventually accumulate into a gas cloud, and it's the heaviest gas in the game. So that means you're going to want some space below your base to kind of have it accumulate and not be in the way. So that's going to be one of the things you're going to want. We're going to continue digging this out. Let's get some ladders in. And then we'll have a ladder set on this side. So this side's going to be where we go down. Eventually, we're going to connect it here so that the CO2 above the water will be able to spill in. I would want to go down here, but the water's in the way. So we're going to have our split ladders right now. On day one, I typically don't have beds. You can if you want to and start it on the first floor. Watch out though, this is a light source. So a lot of times you're going to want that as a research area. Of course, we're also going to make sure we get that, continue the build, get another outhouse. All right, back to the schedule. So you can see this right here. We could actually close this and then just float into the proper schedule now. And we're just going to have the one. Cyber9, join a Duke colony. Who would you like to claim? Welcome in, Sunak. I don't want just consumables day one. We don't have that much food. For sure, man. We gotta get a USB charger, dude. You're gonna be waiting for pay for sure. Totally fine. Oh, okay. You just a Duke. All right, we'll give you Ellie. Okay. We get blonde pay with the PhD dress. Man, I want shorter gloves. All right, that's not blonde yellow, but sure. Dude, that does not match your hair at all. That kind of sucks. All right, we'll go with that. All right, welcome in, Cyber9. All right, so right now we got the tech. The main thing you're going to want to do is explore. Because we got the research portal, the top of the map is revealed. We know how close we are to the top. We could see that it's cold up top, at least for now, until we get a couple meteor showers. And this is going to be our meteor blaster. For the most part, this is going to be one of the objectives that we have right here, that you have to complete in 200 cycles. Don't worry too much about this though, we'll have time. So it's going to be pretty good, pretty good. We'll show you guys how to do that, do it well. And right now the dupes are just doing what the dupes do. They got their outhouses set up. That's all that really matters on the first day. You see they're already using the toiletries. You do typically want to have these all priority 9. You want to have water to wash your hands. You want to make sure to clean the outhouse once it's filled up. Those are all things you want to do. Now, if you don't sleep on a bed, you get a bad back penalty, which is -1 to your athletics. That's 10% move speed. It's gonna last half a day, 300 seconds. For the most part though, you could live a couple days with it in the beginning because you're so close. The penalty doesn't really affect you because you're already, you know, next to where you need to be. You're not moving as much. Later on though, you will want to get beds for a couple reasons. First one's going to be if you go over here, the temperate area, green. Dupes will always want to eat and sleep in this area if it's in the path range. So that means they'll pick up food, go to that zone. Let's say it's right by the research portal, right? Because that's green at the moment. And then those sleep there, eat there, just because that's their ideal temperature. Now, if you don't have that, they're going to be moving around. So it's a lot of times better to have the roof set up. All right, so this is not fully grown. I kind of want to wait for this to grow before we grab all the tiles around it and kind of ruin it. We are doing a tutorial run, Sunak. We are doing a tutorial. All right, cycle 2. Everything is pretty good so far. On this stage, you typically have metal at this point. You've dug it into it. And we are going to be setting up our first wheel. We're also going to put in a battery. And then we're going to want oxygen. Put this right here on the edge. That way, when you generate it, it has the ability to go up. You don't have the ceiling in the way. We are going to run the wire in the tiles. That's because of a decor penalty. It's very minor. You don't really have to think about this. But for the most part, that's going to be something I'm going to want to do. You see that you spend the extra metal in order to not get the 5 penalty there. So it's a very minor thing. You don't have to do this. You could just run a straight line here if you guys really wanted to. But for the sake of me, I'm going to want to do it. All right, you see that? Cyberdyne's eating by the portal. You found that that's a nice spot to have dinner. While Steve over here is eating by the toilets. Something about, man, eating immediately after you wash your hands. Even if it's right on the toilet is the only chair you have close by. Alright, so we are going to be wanting to get the oxygen up. It seems weird that they're already sleeping at the beginning of the day. It's because they didn't sleep at all the previous day. And then they're just gonna go to sleep. After this, we're gonna be wanting to set up our research, get this able to be clicked on, and that's gonna be the research station. We're gonna want that right there. There's a plant right here, though. I guess it's no point, so we're just gonna put it in. It's not gonna grow fast enough. We're not gonna be waiting on that. And then we are going to want to get research started. On top of that, we're going to want to get something called a lab bonus. If you scroll into your rooms, you have something called laboratory. This gives you a research bonus in terms of how fast you research the technologies. So we're going to set that up. We're going to run, there's the food box. We're going to do 3 tiles between this and the pod. You can see the right side of the food box is where I start. That's going to be for the supercomputer we'll get later on. While we set this up, though, we're going to see if I want to do a second research. This second research station is to fulfill the requirements of the lab. So if this is something you want to rush and you don't want to wait for, you grab 2 in the beginning. I will see whether or not we get this done before we get the room set up, though. All right, we're going to speed this up to 2x. Jeeps are going to be working. One thing you do want to pay attention to is if you do build the wheel and maybe a consumer like the diffuser, your dupes might run on the wheel before the battery's made. And that's really bad because you're not storing any of the power that you have over generated, because this is only 120 watts and this generates 400. So a lot of times you want to make sure you get the battery first so that you could store the power. And also make sure the wire is connected as well. We're going to be doing as much digging as we can. All right, we got the first research station. We're typically going to grab farm tile. That way we get started with growing our food. As you can see right now, we're not getting the research bonus, but we're getting a lit workspace bonus. So this is going to stack with the lab bonus. The lit workspace comes from the light from the printing pod, which is going to fulfill the requirement for the lab right here, light source. So that's going to be one of the reasonings why I don't really think it matters too much for the first couple techs. You already have a light source bonus. That's not too bad. Now, we're going to be getting some doors here. We have the door set up there for the lab. This is going to be for the latrine that we'll be getting soon. That's going to be over here. And right now, we just got to wait for the dupes to get it in. After we get the latrine set up, we'll get bedrooms right on top. We'll move the ration box, and then we'll have the eating area potentially soon. Now, we already have water. Getting to the dinosaurs is not too important because we don't have ranching tech, which is going to be something we have to research. And right now, we're just trying to explore. If you can, dig out left, right, up, down. It's up to you which way you want to go. And you want to just locate where resources are, right? Whether it's metal, whether it's algae, whether it's minerals. You could also be hunting buried objects like this. It's typically going to be food or seeds if you're looking for stuff like that. All right, so we're going to open these doors. This is because these doors open up automatically. It takes time, but they have to stand for a split second. Now, it's not really a big deal, but it does save you a little bit of time. And if you play a lot of cycles, it's going to accumulate. So doing that early on in areas that doesn't matter if you have critters wander in or not. So in the lab room, it's not going to matter. In the latrine, it's not going to matter. However, in a bedroom, once we get that, you do want to have doors on automatic so that if you have a critter that shines light, it doesn't just crawl in and then keeps everyone awake at night, right? That's pretty bad. All right, we got our first pit down. You can see CO2 is accumulating right there. And we're going to want it to accumulate here instead. Now, of course, we don't have a lot of CO2 yet, right? We're just getting ahead of that. Still trying to hope we get as much of the fruit to be fully grown. That way we get a harvest before we actually dig that through. Right, just doing some simple digs. Of course, what I said earlier with that CO2 pit, we will work on that so that this spills off to the right. Bubble of 2,000 grams. That's not bad. Okay, so you do want to look around. This looks like a salt biome. There's granite up top, some regolith. That's probably from the space biome up top. But you can see we have saltwater fossil, a little bit of obsidian. One of the reasons why I watch this on temperature overlay, it's because we have something called magma channels. We want to make sure that if we do encounter one of the magma channels, that we see it right away. It's going to be bright red, right? Molten. And it's going to be a problem. And sometimes on the map generation, you might get unlucky. And it becomes a situation where there's a part of the magma is exposed and it causes a heat leak. That eventually will ruin your run. Oh, and we got a dupe. Okay, so a lot of times, ideally, I would want a rancher at the beginning. Because we didn't get one, food is not a bad option because this doesn't actually rot. We keep as long as we can. I think we're going to take Liam. Having a tidier is not bad. They're also a researcher, so that means we get faster tech. Research also means that we get the ability to learn other jobs faster. It's a very minor thing, but it is a thing, right? So we'll take Liam. We're gonna go down to have him help out on the research. And then he has a lot of strength. So we're gonna have him do tidying and storing. Actually, we're gonna lower this. And we'll do supply as well. It's not bad. Since we have 2 researchers now, it does make sense to get the second lab research table, or a research station. And then we're just gonna get the door set up so that they have it in a room now. We're gonna prioritize construction here of this setup so we get the bonus. Afterwards, we'll get that setup. That way we get the latrine bonus afterwards. Research complete. So that's going to be farm tile. You could see right here, there's a second purple science that we don't have access to yet. That is going to be the supercomputer. So we're going to grab that next. Right, so a lot of times you do want to keep your dupes busy. If you guys don't have, you guys can click on diagnostics, go to see all. You can go to idleness and make sure that this is on an exclamation point. That way you could see when your dupes are not working. You always want them working, but you don't want to give them too many jobs that they could get stuck or, you know, be put in a bad situation, like locking them out of the base, things like that. You just want to make sure you give them just enough. That way they're always doing the jobs that you need them to do and they don't get overwhelmed. Dupes will have a lot of times bad AI. Oh, and we bopped all the plants. What a travesty. All right, so we're just going to mine everything now. It'd be like that sometimes. I bopped the plants with the tile. I didn't even realize that. Alright, as you can see, we lost the bonus. We'll be getting that back soon. That's an outhouse. And then we get another outhouse and wash basin there. There's a second pattern you could do with the latrine with the wash basin outhouse. I just like this one because it makes sense to me. There is one where you put all the sinks up front and all the toilets in the back. It's a very minor thing, whether or not you do it or not. And we're going to open these doors for movement. Cthulhu, I see you over there. So far, so good. Alright, so we are gonna have our latrine bonus very soon. Alright, supercomputer tech is up. The next tech we're gonna grab is the jumbo battery. We're actually gonna move up to get peak generators as well. And we got our latrine bonus, so that's +1 morale. The lab doesn't give you any morale, so it's a little unfortunate, but it's nice for the research bonus. Since we have the supercomputer, we're going to deconstruct the starter ration box. Now we do want to have a better spot for it. It looks like we're going to have our meal box over here, so we're going to get that set up. So we're going to be putting our food box in a area here. We're going to ideally want to get it in CO2. We'll do a setup like that. Tile over here. And then we're going to want ladder. Of course, we're not going to dig that out until we're ready. Actually, we do this at the very least. And then we're going to place down the supercomputer. We're going to do this on a priority 7. Now, this latrine, we can have it open, but you could see that there's a direction. We want to go to the left. So we're gonna set it up so that you could have the doors open so that your dupes could move in freely, and then at the same time actually control the flow direction. So that's very easy. Just click on the door. This side, you could have two-sided entrance, so we just have this open. On the back doors, though, you want to change it so that you could only enter from the right going left. So you're going left, right? You do that on both, and then you could open it. Setting up these permissions right here will actually make it so that the dupes can't leave this way, because you don't want them using the outhouse and then immediately leaving without washing their hands. Hey, Cthulhu coming in with a 90 stream streak. Man, that's a big streak, my dude. I see you over there. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much. If you guys don't know Cthulhu, man, he just sold 90 PCs at the auction. And he made a grand profit of $5. That's like going to GameStop, man. It'd be like that sometimes. Can you put toilets in the middle and sinks at the edges, make it two-way? No. You could do it. Not saying that you can't do it. It's just, it doesn't work the way you would think it would. The only way you do that is if you actually separate the bathrooms into two different bathrooms. And then you have a door in the middle that separates the rooms that forces them to leave the other way. All right, so we got the peat burner and the larger battery. It's pretty good. We do have supercomputer now, so we go for something like ranching. Instead, though, I'm going to want to grab automation wire. All right, let's get that. Small little pool of CO2, that's kind of what we want. We want to be able to hold the CO2 right there. All right, next thing we're going to get is bedrooms. Let's get some of the other beds in. Let's get the quilt one. It looks nice. This guy's farming Bitcoins. I could see that, man. I have the loud sleeper. I don't think I do. I do not. All right, go to the left. We want to make sure all the toiletries are at max. Same with the research. Oh, some of the CO2 left. Feels bad. And they went on downtime. Oh no, he's just small bladder. Okay, so that's gonna be the beginning. We do want to upgrade to a jumbo, so I'll put that on this side, and then we're gonna connect it. We will eventually remove the small battery though. Alright, so this is what we have cycle 5. For the most part, I want to say we're doing okay. Nothing bad's going on. Everything's working pretty well. Research-wise, we just got automation cable, which means we get smart batteries now, which is going to be what we want before we start using the peat generators. But before we could actually do that, we got to get the rock crusher so that we could actually make automation wire and the smart battery. We got our new food storage generated. You're going to want to do roughly this shape, what we have right here. What you're going to want to do, though, is to allow one side open so that CO2 could spill in. And you're going to want these 4 tiles to be carbon dioxide, if possible. Your dupes will naturally be able to just breathe, and then it's gonna spill in. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have it set up like this, and then we're gonna have it so that the dupes eat over here. That way, while they're eating, the CO2 spills in. So it's gonna be a simple setup. We're just gonna do a meal hall table, door, enough tables for the dupes, and then here we're just gonna put in the food. I'm not gonna click lettuce. The reasoning is because if you actually have this entirely clicked, every new item you discovered will be put into here. That's actually a good thing. You know what? I'll have everything clicked, as well as the mamillets. Actually, we'll store all the food right now. Later on, we will want to separate it, just because you're going to hit the max limit pretty fast. All right, so we will want to prioritize getting the CO2. So we'll up this to 7. We'll do the bedrooms afterwards. So right now we're just going to be getting set up. I'm actually thinking we could attempt carnivore. So we won't be doing locavore, which is beating getting through the first 100 cycles without making farms. We will want the farms. However, I will try to do a little bit of a carnivore achievement just to see if we could do it on this map. Wouldn't be a bad challenge. All right, so now that we have the rock crusher, I actually don't think we need power for a minute, so we're gonna grab instead the ranching setup. No researchers assigned, so that means Liam. We will give Liam, wait, is it Liam? Oh, okay, Liam and Steve will get the research ability. Cyberdyne will get carrying capacity, and then Jean, when he levels up, probably gets dig skill. What's going on, Sinister Plank? Welcome in. So we will be doing carnivore, or at least attempting it. So we have to count our lumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we have a Rex right there. So the lums are going to be food, tough meat. They drop 12 kgs, and then 6 kgs becomes 16,000. So that means we get 32 per lump. Carnivore is 400,000 by cycle 100, or the end of cycle 100. So that means if we get 32 per, 10 lums is roughly like 80% of the way. That's not bad. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are already 40% of the way there. If we get the smoker tech, which is going to be right there. So we will want to grab that. That way we could start processing these lums into food. If we have any of the lums close to being old, none of them are, we would be able to potentially get an egg before, you know, they pass. And then we'd be able to get another free lum. They're all relatively young, though, so it doesn't look like that's going to happen. All right, just doing another auto harvest. Hey, nice. Glad you enjoy, Matt. Nice to see you over there. All right, so we're going to be making this room into a mess hall. But we also want to upgrade it to a great hall. So this is going to be our rec building. And then we will get the flower pot. And then we're going to be getting a sweet, sweet 6 morale bonus, which is pretty big. They're going to be generating CO2. It's going to be nice. Oh, nice, man. Maybe you could play with us one of these days while we do the multiplayer. But yeah, doing a lot of designing and decor in our run right now. I see you over there. So since we're going to be doing carnivore, one of the first things we're going to want to get is the ranching tech, and then we're going to want to grab smoker. The good news is that you grab hydroponic tiles before you grab the smoker tech, which is what you would need to start ranching these guys anyways. So that's going to be the idea. We are going to want to find ranching space and start ranching with those guys. So we will have to dig out space. Now that we have that, I will, before we get some of the other tech, grab the dispenser. No, I probably don't need that yet. Looking at this, there's really nothing I really need right now. So we're going to beeline for the smoker. Solves our food problems, makes it a lot easier. Now we will also want to get started on a small ranch, just to get a little bit of sweat corn, which is going to be the plant we're going to have to eat here. Sweat corns are basically going to require a pollinator, which is the mimicas. So you have to grow both of them together. We're going to do a small ranch on the side, just because we don't have a lot of space here anyways. So we're just going to go out to the edge, and then we're going to work on this. Typically, it's going to be 2 doors. We'll do that setup. And then we'll probably... there is the light right there. Maybe we could make this more vertically inclined. And do it on this floor instead. We'll probably just break into the overgrowth. Try to get that started. Alright, so we're relatively in the same area still. So getting the beds is not that big of a deal. I will want to get the meal hall though. The meal hall, the Great Hall, usually is enough morale so that you don't have no stress problems in the early game. Later on though, you will potentially accumulate a lot of stress generators, in which case you're going to actually have to manage that. But in the beginning, having high morale is usually going to beat everything. We, at the moment, do want more dupes, so we're going to grab Lyra. Ideally, we get a rancher, because they have to have 2 skill points in order for them to work well. So Jean's going to get dig skill. We will give Lyra that we just got farming, so that they could potentially get started with ranching as soon as they get it. And then we will set her up to do farming. And then it would probably be operating tidying. Flower pot, we will grab the rose bush. And then we will grab the upgraded battery next. Alright, now that this is made, we're going to switch to bracking, then disable the building. That way they don't fill it up with water. This is something I would highly recommend. You don't want to waste water. You're going to need that for your supercomputer research. You're going to need that for some plans if you go that route. And you're also going to need water for Spawn, the electrolyzer, later on. So you don't want them drinking it. There's no benefit to this, really. You do get 1 morale, I suppose, but it's just not worth it, right? Because they would drink water every day. They do 1 kgs every time. So, of course, we're going to set it to bracking so they don't fill it up. And then we're going to disable the building so that they don't fill it up even if we do get bracking. Alright, we got the battery on the side. Nice. 5 dupes, 1 oxygen diffuser should be enough. And then we're getting our bedrooms now. So we have the barracks, that's +1 morale. And then we want them to get enough beds for enough dupes, which is 5. We're missing a meal table. And then we're going to want to get the farm started and then create a ranching area. The ranching area is going to be somewhat sizable, I guess. But we'll have to see where we're going to want to put it. Putting it up top isn't a bad idea. putting it down below could be okay as well. First, for the most part though, we just need the dupes digging. I guess this isn't too important right there. We just need the dupes getting to work. You can see a lot of our dupes are doing research, so it's taking some time for us to do some of the jobs. But that's kind of just owning. In the beginning, you're just doing a lot of research. Right, you can see that this is starting to be where the CO2 accumulates. CO2 is falling down, but because of the weight of it, it's going to settle at the bottom somewhere. Whether it's this pit or that pit. It's actually built the ladders there then. Right, still waiting for the CO2 to accumulate in the meal hall. Every time they eat, they're going to breathe out while eating, which is why we have this tile here. After we do get the CO2 in these tiles, we're going to want a tile on this area so that it doesn't float out. And then if we get 6 tiles, it's going to be even better. Now, the reason why we do that is because food in this game will eventually rot. However, having the food in a sterile environment, and carbon dioxide provides a sterile environment, makes it slow down in the rotting process. So that's going to extend the life of the foods that do actually, you know, rot. In the beginning, you're given a lot of food like nutrient bars and snack fruit that doesn't rot. So those are going to be great if you don't eat it. Problem is that the new food type we get, the sweat corn, requires pollination. And then the mimica in and of itself takes 5 cycles to grow. So it's a little bit of a delayed food source. All right, meal hall is up, barracks, bathroom, research. We got to get food started. So we are going to want to do everything here priority 7. We want to get our food started as fast as we can. Coffee. Coffee's so good, man. You can see I like lining up my rooms so that they're flat running. There's actually a slight benefit to that. If you guys didn't know, regular tiles have a run speed bonus, 25%, which means that running left to right is going to be the fastest way of traveling. So going left and right makes a lot of sense because of that. You're always moving faster in that direction. So the ladder has no bonus until you get plastic ladders later on. And then if you get the fire pole, it's only when you slide down. Now the maps are longer up and down than they are left and right. So you're going to want to go up and down still. You're going to be incentivized for that. All right, we got smoker tech. Got that pretty early. Next thing we'll probably want to grab then is dispenser tech. All right, we are going to do just normal farm rooms. My man Cyberdyne's trying to get stuck. There we go. And then we do... I guess that's fine. Alright, we do want to build the farm tiles first, just because we want the plants growing while we build it out. Autosave lag. All right, so you might see this weird pattern. This is so that the dupes could climb down within the farms if they're fertilizing and doing the good stuff like that. Okay. Now we don't reach, so we're gonna take this and move that slightly up like that. These are gonna be sweat corns, but this one's gonna be mimica. So we're having the sweat corns on the side, and then we're gonna have our mimicas floating. Now we will be doing carnivore, so we don't need to get this that large, but that does mean if we do want to increase space, we'll probably want to dig up vertically and try to get more farming space up that way. This is in the way, the research portal, so I probably don't want to do that. Down here. We got the water. And great haul, 6 morale from the rosebush. Nice. Let's get 2 more chairs for the new dupes that we'll get at some point. And there's no point of actually planting the sweat corn stalks at the moment. Not until we get the mimicas up. So this is going to be a 5-cycle buffer before we could even start growing food. Now, since we do have hydroponic tile right now, I will want to grab the liquid pump next. We'll likely want to use one of the bodies of water as a water source. Very likely, I think we just take the top one up top. Wouldn't be bad. Alright, toilets clogged. That's why you have more toilets. Everyone's on the same schedule and it's okay. No stress, no calories. That's why it's bad. So right now we have no calories. It's taking some time to get food. We are going to be looking to dig through some buried objects. These buried objects will have food underneath. So we want to do that when we can. If we could find a spot with a good concentration of buried objects, like right here wouldn't be bad. We do want to do that if we can. All right, so we got the tech up. I'm going to grab liquid pump. We are going to get the second mimica up, and then we are going to start making our overgrow ranch. The reason why is because the overgrows, this plant is what they need to eat. This plant takes forever to grow. And because of how long it takes to grow, it's very problematic to get ranching started early. So that's going to be one thing we're going to want to do. Get that started early so that these guys could eventually start eating it and we could start grooming them. So we're just going to be doing a tried and true design that we've done. How much space? I should be able to do it here. How cold is this? 1920. This goes down to 25. Okay, maybe we don't build it on this side. We build it on this side, underneath the farms over here. Probably do that. So, research for the liquid pumps is good. Right now, research isn't really a big issue, but we do want to kind of get ahead. There isn't really anything we would need. All right, so right now at the moment, we're going to pause on researching so we could actually use a lot of the dupes for labor. So we're going to be doing a couple things. First is I'm going to be doing a weird pattern right here. This is called S-digging. When you're exploring, and this is not good for long-term travel, you just want to kind of see where everything is. So you want to reveal the map. And the best way to travel vertically is by doing this weird pattern because you could actually climb up and down. Right? This S-dig allows the dupes to climb up still while going down. So you could do this to climb up, you could do this to climb down. This is just going to be something that's just going to be beneficial. Next thing we're going to be wanting to set up is our proper ranch rooms. 4 space gap. Want to do all that, and then we're going to be getting our area set up. All right, no research. We were pausing on that for a while. We have a lot of the necessary stuff for ranching, so it's going to be not bad. So initially, right now, the biggest thing we want to do is get food. So that's 5%, that's 15%. Let's actually get another Mimica. It's always nice to have them. They're going to be pollinating anyways. It's roughly 5 plants per Mimica, because they do the pollinating once every cycle, and then they only survive for 5 days. So that means in their 5 cycles, they'll be able to pollinate 5 plants. I think that's how the math works. I might be wrong with that. But yeah, the Mimicas, the pollination is a minor bonus to the plant speed growth. So a lot of times you do want that. Okay. Wheezewort, another cold biome, salt biome. Everything is relatively peaceful right now. Oh, we see some polluted water. That's very likely where the amber is going to be. So we are going to make a decision to go here with a dig just to reveal the amber plant. So if the plant's actually on screen and you could click on it, it's growing. And it's going to be a wild plant. So we're hoping that there's going to be mosquitoes in this area. And then we could have the amber be produced so that when we need it, it's already accumulated. Amber is going to be something we need for plastic later on, but it's not going to be something we could use until later on in the game where we have the technologies and requirements for plastic. But having it accumulate early, it's always going to be kind of nice. All right. Is there a plant here? There is. So the dupes are doing all right. We have snack fruits. We have sweat corns. All right, some of the wild plants are kind of just chilling there, so we're going to want to grab that. We're going to dig through those directions, grab the food. We have not seen any new lumps. It's still the same 5. That's kind of tough. So we need 13 to get over 400,000. Having 5 of them, it's pretty close. We're almost halfway there. Now, of course, we still have this garden biome. That's what the game calls it, right? Garden biome. We still have a good chunk of that, so maybe we'll find another one. Up top, though, we could see that it's already stopped, the garden biome. So if we do get any lumps, it's probably the bottom left over here. We could see it. Running the wheel for the oxygen, grabbing the snack fruit, sweat corn. Have a good one, DZN. We'll see you next time. And a new dude. Ooh, figs. This is not bad. Just because this guy is not good. He's anemic, which is a permanent -5 penalty. No matter how much you train him, he's always going to have the -5 on top of what he's had. So that just means that his maximum speed is always -5. So if this is really bad. You want to avoid this. I'm not going to be taking bionics. So we grab the food. That's interesting too. I could potentially just feed the lums with the feeder. But I think my dupes might want that. They gotta be eaten. So we almost have the 4 tiles there. It's looking good. It depends on that, Sinister Planet. If you're speedrunning, there is some merit to making it so that it's not something to really worry about. But it depends. In most cases, though, you are right. Wow. Perfect sized. Alright, so we're going to be getting our water from down here. We're going to be connecting the ladder going down. Now that they have pathing and access to all these ladders, they're actually going to be able to just build all of them at the same time. It's really nice. Alright, so we will want to get the overgrown node there. We could plant it. It's not going to be growing, though, until we get the water connected, which is going to be what we want next. We'll try to set that up. I'll also dig out this tile so that the CO2 has a place to dump into. That way my dupes don't have to be holding their breath while they're doing this. Alright. Tile here. We want to get that, get that, get that, so we could copy the design. We know how far out it wants to go. And then we know that this is going to be the overgrow node. Set up the door there. Oh, yeah. I have to offset it. Oh, Steve. My man, Steve. My man got stuck. Oh, the lum got stuck. Classic dupes, man. Alright, we're going to put an extra tile there so that we could shift everything over. We're going to have to free the lum. Let's try to get that there as well. Get the doors here. And then we're going to need to get into the water next. Alright, so oxygen's coming up. They should be able to breathe every now and then. And we have a little bit more time till the sweat corn's needed as well. Could pop that tile. I don't know how you code that though. Right? I agree. It feels like it's kind of done purposely, but it's like, man, how do you code that? All right, for the reasoning, that is, we want airflow. We're probably going to open this up on the side. But then this is going to be where our ranch is going to be. Now, we actually don't have the dupe with ranching skill yet. But we do have Layra. So once she levels up, she'll be able to get it. So we can't even brush this guy if we wanted to. Just because we don't have the skill to do so yet. Everything's looking good so far. Calories are a little bit low. Ooh, we have cool chlorine. We have no amber in actual vision. That's very unfortunate. I guess I will want to go all out. We will do that setup on the side. This is gonna have to be opened. All right, that's closed, that's open. So this is a 56 space brew. That's gonna be enough for 2 months. We already know the setup for that too. And we're gonna need to get to the water course, right? We know the pipes are gonna be there. We're just gonna be pumping this up. Now, of course, that means we're also gonna need a power wire to come out. We're gonna get ready for that. This is gonna mean we push this out an extra time. Bias fallacy for the dupes, maybe. I will say, you might be the first person to say that. Not that you're wrong, but a lot of people do agree the dupes feel kind of jank. All right, we have no research going on, but that's on purpose. We're trying to get the lum ranches as soon as we can. And that's because the plants take forever to actually grow enough food for these guys to eat. Now, this guy, he just happened to be inside. We didn't actually move him. We don't actually have people with skill yet. So that's going to be the second reasoning. So we're just doing a lot of prep work right now to get the ranch started. This is done wrong. I messed up on where the plant location needs to be. Which means this pipe as well. And this tile needs to go. But I don't want them to get stuck, so we're going to have to put this tile in first. We want to get that. We want to dig that. This tile. This tile. We'll move that over to the side. Exposed pipe's not going to be something I worry about too much. I'd be okay with that. And then we will want to separate this ranch. So that means we have to have a tile there. Open that up, which I would be okay with. Now, we are not going to be wanting to pitcher pump this. Instead, we will just want to just grab the water. So naturally, we want to do it here. 3, and then 2. That way, we can just climb down, no ladders. Grab the pump. And then we're going to grab a wire. We'll just run this underneath. Now, it's not going to be plugged in at the front yet, but for now, that's going to be what we're going to want to do. We're going to get the overgrow node copy pasted. That's open. Not bad. Super fun stuff to read about. It's, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. They used to have the news as an example. That back when the news was really just the news, you would have days where it goes, there is no news today. And that's supposed to be a good thing. Because that means nothing bad happened. Because the news only reports bad happening stuff. Because no one really cares about when something good happens. That's when I first learned about that. I think I was in 6th grade. There's like a bias towards certain things. And then you would never realize it. Nowadays, though, the news just doesn't care. They just report stuff. A lot of stuff could be just like, you know, only if you care about certain individuals. And it starts to become more kind of like, back in the days, we used to have a show called Entertainment Tonight. Potentially feels like that. All right, we got a lure plant. Let's go, 1%. At least 1. Yeah, they can't have days like that anymore where they go, oh, there's no news today. And it's because of that reasoning. Like, they gotta report something. They gotta report something, man. They gotta be on air. They gotta use their time slot. They gotta be able to potentially pull in viewers. working on the Lum branch. It looks like entombment, that's up top. I'm not worried about that. This might be ready soon. We'll start doing the sweat corn. Okay. We'll have the pollinators doing its thing. It's not bad. We do have this we could do to get a little bit more vision. It's always nice. Oh, first geyser, hot water. It's a little unfortunate that it's over there and active. So that means it's going to be generating hot salt water at 95 Celsius, which means it's going to heat up the map. But we have another geyser here. It's generating chlorine at 5 Celsius. So it's going to lose to the water because, you know, it's 10 kgs versus 300 grams. And then this is going to pressurize. So we're going to be getting a lot more heat than we are with the chilliness. You have to watch out about that. We're going to be getting a third ranch here for the lump. I think we're going to end up putting the smoker on this corner, which probably means I should probably get this soon. Sweet and wheat. It's spelled like sweat. Dude, it's sweat corn, man. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Liam got... Okay, potentially field research. I'll wait for the skill point actual, though. We're going to put a door here so there's airflow. At one point, we're going to replace one of these tiles with an airflow tile, though, once we actually get that teched up. Alright, I actually think we could start researching again. We're doing pretty good. Don't need the extra labor. So we're going to grab insulated tile tech. You know, I said sweet corn when I first saw it because I didn't see the A. And then people were like, no, man, it's sweat. I was like, oh, dude, that's gross. I was like, oh, man, that's nasty, man. Why are we doing sweat corns? It'd be like that sometimes, man. There's an A in wheat. Sweet corn. It sounds like I'm saying double E, though. So I do want to trim this abyssal light. It's going to be kind of tough. So we're putting a second ranch on the back. I want to say that's a good thing. This is going to be a lot of lums, though. Maybe we don't do this because we don't need that many lums. The third one right here is going to be insurance. This will roughly guarantee we will have enough, I want to say. A lot of obsidian. We got to there. This is gold. Okay. Oh, and we found the teleporter. Nice. We'll have to look at that later. Teleporter we're going to avoid just because it's going to be a little bit of RNG whether or not you find this. So for this playthrough, we will use it, but for the early game stuff, we're going to not actually have that be a factor. We're going to take everything from the beginning planet for that, for the most part. Then we're going to want to dig out the abyssalite there, that we're going to have to wait for Jean to get a little bit more skill points, which is fine. All right, we're going to pull out the pipe to there. So far, so good. 5 dupes. Isn't part of the reason why you pronounce it wheat because of the H? So if you had SH, oh, that's gonna make it even worse sounding. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I make it even sound even worse. They don't think? Be like it is, man. Construction, let's get that done. All right, since we're lacking a little bit of oxygen here, we will move a new diffuser right there. That'd be so jank. As sweet. It'd be like that sometimes. New dupe. No one that's that great. I wouldn't mind Maya. Diamond obsidian digging. It just feels kind of out of place. Another builder that's buff is not bad as well. Getting a cook is also not bad, because I will need one for the ranching. So I will take Maya. Oh, requires a light to sleep. That's a little unfortunate. We do have a setup for that, though, technically. We're going to make Maya's bed next to the research portal. Feels bad. Is there any other light source? No, right? It's not too bad. It's just, you know, if you actually have to build a light, it sucks because this is just slowly staying hot all day, right? It's effectively a battery in that regard, where it's leaking a fixed amount of heat just because it's always going to be running. It's also 8 watts perpetual, which kind of tough, right? All right, so now that we have a lot of the ranching necessities, I actually grab incubator. Cycle 12. We're not ranching yet. We don't have the tech. Well, we don't have the skill, if anything. Grabbing some water. Glowing plants. I mean, does radiation glow count? I think there's a plant mutation that allows for a natural light plant. I'm not sure, though. Aquatic possum, I see you over there. Oh yeah, there's those plants. Yeah, it's true. Those aren't plants though, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. The lumen quartz, I believe that's the name. Alright. We get this guy, Stargazer. They're going to be looking at the research portal light. You get sunburn, though. I mean, yeah, you put it in the sun. They ain't Superman, though. They're going to get sunburned. I guess we could work on a drop-off right now that we'll need eventually. And because of where the water is, I should put the egg dispenser set up right here so that we get the ranching started. I do think that's going to be a good plan. Overgrow. Not bad, not bad. Have a good one, Sinister. We'll see you next time. Thank you for popping in, man. So this is going to be 2 lums. Priority 9. Layra's getting there for the ranching. We will have to allow Layra to ranch. And then we might want to get another rancher still, because we're going to have a good amount of stuff for them to do. Alright, we're still going to want to do this. And then we're going to have to dig low. I guess we could do this a little bit taller because of how the build works eventually. Oh, that powers it. We're going to want to avoid the power there, if possible. And then we can connect the pipe now. Let's go. And then we need 4 tiles there. So here is fine, I guess. I do want to go underneath. We'll do that later. Alright, research is done. We have a lot of the necessary tech, so we're going to grab smart battery. Okay, we're going to grab this. We got to open this door. We need to get Jean soon so that we could dig the Abyss Line and get that finished. We will copy the settings over. Double doors set up there. All right. We will want those 2 partial dig out that way. That's going to be there, right? So we would want actual airflow here. All right, we'll also want airflow here, here, and then here as well. We don't want Layra to get stuck. So we will get all that airflow in as well. Then we would get that to be able to climb up. So who was it? It is Maya. She picked out the bed with the light in it. Nice. That's always nice. The dupes know what to do. Getting closer to the teleporter. Alright. Get that. Dig that. This is pretty good. Critter trap. We'll get one of these in here. And then we would need the dispenser. It's looking good. Let's get the grooming stations in. And then once we get the wrangling skill, we'll be able to start moving the lumps. Not bad, not bad. All right, we're gonna start trimming off this layer and start digging out right here. We are ready for food up top, most likely. Gotta start getting the smokers in. Looks like the food is getting started with the mimicas. It's not too bad. Now, realistically, the first 50 cycles is going to be setting up your ranching and trying to get it rolling by cycle 50. You could technically get carnivore without worrying about eating meat until that point, because if you have 10 dupes, you only need 40 cycles, right? Which means if you're able to provide meat at that point, going forward, you're going to be okay. Of course, you could always get more dupes if you want to eat it faster, and there are other methods as well. But you're not actually rushing the carnivore. Like, it's not that important in the beginning to eat meat every cycle. You'll eventually be able to catch up. Right now, we're cycle 14 with 6 dupes, so getting to 10 dupes is not that bad. Research is complete. Smart battery tech is gotten. We're going to grab conductive wire. We don't need that. We're just getting ahead with that. Afterwards, I'll probably get spawn tech stuff. But for now, going to be worrying about the food. We have 2 oxygen diffusers. Each one is roughly 5 dupes worth of oxygen, assuming they don't have any modifiers on them. And for the most part, there is a lot of algae. One of the things I'm going to do right now is, well, we're going to click on seal. We're going to search for algae and click the box. Now it's just going to pop up here. So we have an idea of how much we actually have. If we need to dig more algae. If we need to start looking for more. Right now we're actually kind of low. So we do have a little bit of a benefit here. Of trying to grab as much as we can. It's not a bad thing. We just have to, you know, be a little bit more proactive. Oxalite right there wouldn't be bad as well. We could see the breathability is okay. At least in our area. So now that the water is going to the overgrowths, we need to disable harvest. Because we need to save that for the lumps. These dartles are going to be nice food because a lot of the biome is chlorine and cold. So if we have them passing on a chlorine tile, the meat's going to be there and ready so that we could just grab it as a food source later on. Lucky for us, it's also meat, which is going to be good for carnivore. We'll eventually get that set up, and then we would want to get our first smoker set up. So we're just going to put 2 smokers. 2 should be good enough. I just realized that we need... Oh, we have gas res. Okay, cool. So right now, we don't really have a way of storing the CO2. So we are going to be doing a weird method. So this seems weird. It's really just going to be a path for the CO2 to accumulate. And what I mean when I say that is that you could drag the gas by putting a bridge at the end so it doesn't release. And then we're just going to need the CO2 that the smoker generates to sit in the pipes. Eventually, we'll get a way to release it. But in the beginning of the game, that's going to be the method of choice. Smokers don't actually require power or on the power overlay, and there's no socket. And all they rely on is peat, so it's pretty good. This is started. We're lacking the skill still. We'll get there soon. Jean with the digging, Layra with the ranching. All right, nice. So we want to dig these tiles. This one as well. We're going to priority 9 this so that we could build the last part. Now, we do have wrangling now. So what we're going to do is we're going to break into all the lumps. That one's in access. We have to open this guy. Then we have this guy to move. It's not too bad. So we will want to start grooming the lumps. Now, lumps typically will have to be eating the overgrown nodes. So you might not want to groom them until you actually have a couple of plants. The problem is that the first harvest that you get doesn't actually give you food. It's going to be an extra vine. So because of how that works out, you typically want to wait until the first set is done. After that first growth is done and you have a vine growing, this will start giving you food. So it's a little bit unfortunate. We can't start doing the ranching right away. Our cake house is a little bit low, but our sweat corn is almost ready. So we could stave off the starvation by just looking for some more buried objects or grabbing this food right here. Grabbing the auto harvests. There's also a little bit of food over here that I wouldn't mind grabbing. And then there's food down there as well. So we'll go down here. Try to grab the sweat corn down here. Starvation. Okay, it is kind of bad, I guess. There's a snack fruit there. 2 right there. A lot in this weird path. Realistically, we can't really grab that without breaking the water tank. So we have to go this way. We'll grab all that. Now, you guys might be wondering, shouldn't you be worried about starvation? Why are you letting them sleep? So it takes a full cycle of starvation in order for them to pass. So we are actually fine. They're not going to be sleeping all day. It's only for like an hour. It's taking a nap. That's going to be okay. Second thing is that the food's almost done. 80%, 90%. So we're just going to go grab some food right now and we'll be okay. Let's dig that. Dig that. We'll dig that last. And then we'll build a ladder after. The big thing is making sure the correct dupes get the right food. And then there's also just buried objects we could just be grabbing. Good chance we'll get food from that. Same thing over here. Buried objects. Right, and then of course they're gonna eat at the table. So they're gonna have to go all the way back there. Alright, this guy's going up, this guy's going up. It's just a lay run out. And that's just gonna be that time. There's also going to be, yeah, food right there. Ice. Oh, another rancher. We're gonna take this guy. We will need a second rancher. So that person will get the ranching skill. Eventually. My boy Steve is chilling. Maya will be our cook. So priorities, Maya is cooking. You're gonna be ranching. You don't have skill yet, so that's fine. We'll do farming as well. Yeah, Layra clone, effectively. So now we are no longer starving. Doing all right. So at this point, we are good on technologies for a while. So that means I probably want to do something along the lines of setting up the smoker. So that's probably going to be the canister filler. That's going to allow us to bottle the CO2 pretty much infinitely if you do the micro movement. In the early game, you could either do that or get an infinite pressure box. We're not going to be doing the infinite pressure box right now until later on. So we're just going to be doing the more easy way of dealing with the CO2 from the smoker gas. Of course, that doesn't deal with the gas outside, though. All right, and we're getting our first sweat corn harvest. That usually means I might want to start getting the smokers up. So we could start converting that into more food, into veggie poppers. Almost ready. 98%. This is a couple cycles behind. There we go. And there we go. New vines. Nice. So it is going to be a little bit of time before we'll get food. We got the research for that. I guess the next one we should grab is the bottle drainer for the liquid pipes. That way we could pitcher pump and move water in once this is done. That's not bad. And we will start brushing the lumps. So we will allow Lyra to ranch. She has a skill. We are going to want to start wrangling the lumps anytime we can. So we're going to have 5. We won't have the 6th one yet unless we find another one, in which case it doesn't look like we won't. We have another point of interest right here. The garden biome is ending. Looks like we only get 5 lumps. 5 is a good amount though, so I can't complain. Next thing we're going to want to set up is going to be the egg setup for the eggs that we get from the lumps after we start grooming them. So this first door, we are going to make sure that Lyra and May are not allowed in, while everyone else has default access. And then the second door on the inside next to the dispenser is going to be everyone is denied. This is going to be lump eggs, priority none. Make sure sweep only is not checked. Bottom is going to be default, no one's allowed on both doors. And then we will allow the ranchers on both doors, right? So what this is going to do is allow the ranchers to come in and then pick up the critters that get trapped. We're going to bump this to a 7. And then once the eggs are laid by the critters, they're going to automatically sweep it to the dispenser. Since this is a storing job and not a ranching job, you kind of want your non-ranchers to do that. It makes a lot of sense. And then once we have that set up, we'll be able to just not think about ranching. The dupes are going to be able to take care of it. It's going to be close to perfect. You know, the dupes have to do manual labor. However, if they drop the egg, they're going to pick it up at some point and put it back in. So there's really no real fear of something going bad when it comes to that design. Ah, I didn't go through there. Okay, we're going to have to grab the lump. Oh, nice. Veggie poppers forever. And then this is priority 7. Is how we want to do all that. We do have farmers, so this should be good. All right, no one's really starving, so they should just move out the sweat corn into here. And we will want to bump these up to at least a 7. We bump this up to a 9 if that's what you guys would like to do. But I would, you know, carry that only for the really, really important stuff. We'll lower that to a 5. Oh, that reminds me. Grooming's going to be maxed out. Everything should be good. All right, grabbing more snack fruits so we can. There's some fish. Fish meat actually count towards carnivore, so maybe grabbing a jawbo wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe if one of these are elderly. Oh, he's 80 years old. We got 20 cycles to grab him then. Only problem is that it's pea water. We're gonna have to swim through, and then a lot of these rocks are actually kind of tough, right? Obsidian requires level 3 dig skill, so it's gonna be fun times. We might ignore the jaw bows, but if you guys need additional meat calories, that's an easy way to do that. You guys could see we're up to 10 tons of algae just digging through that small little vein. I'm actually going to want to start tracking peats. 26 tons, because we're going to use that for fuel for the smokers. We eventually might use peat generators as well. So at this point, you guys are free to kind of really tech up what you guys need to do. We're waiting for the alums to kind of mass up. We have about 34 cycles before we hit cycle 50, and we're really kind of working towards carnivore. So we're pretty much taking it easy. A good thing to do right now is to just dig out space, create space, explore the biomes, find your geysers. Hitting Z on the star map, we have salt water and a polluted water vent. This is going to be the geyser we want to look for, if there's any geyser we want to find, as that is going to be the coolest water we would have at 30 degrees, and it's going to be a water source, so we're going to need that for oxygen later on as well. There is a break in the abyssalite by the hot water. So even though this is hot, it's getting chilled by the brine ice that's in the biome over here. A double break. I see. So right now, we already see the neutronium on the right side. The neutronium is roughly over here as well. Okay, it's not too bad. All right, so the second objective we would have is going to be the demolier and doing the intercosmic blast shots. So we're going to look that up. Oh, they don't have the recipe here. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Okay, so that building typically is going to be made at the blast shot maker building, and that's going to require refined metal. So we could try to get a little bit of refined metal right now. We do also know we're going to need something called biodiesel. So biodiesel is going to be something we will want to make. Into the intercosmic blast shot with the refined metal, peat, and then biodiesel. We could see that's what we're going to want to do. We're going to need vital oil and bleach stone in order to make it at the emulsifier. So we know what buildings we need to get. We already have this from the research portal right there. It was given to us. And then we could make the refined metal at a rock crusher or metal refinery. Peat and fertilizer is just found in the wild. So what we need is this building, the emulsifier. So in the research tree, that requires glass. So we will want to get glass forge and also rad bolt tech, which is a material study terminal. We will also need the emulsifier building, which I'm not sure where it is on the tech tree. Where is this? Oh, it's right here. So this doesn't require rad bolt research, but we need glass in order to build this, which is the only real problem. So grabbing glass forge is going to be one of the options. If you find the correct point of interest, there are windows you could deconstruct and then you get glass. Problem is that they have trace amounts. It's usually not enough to actually build the emulsifier. I think you need 100 kgs. I might be wrong. But you could see it's 5 kgs per window. Now the thing is that you can get lucky. The moment you deconstruct a window and discover glass, you have a chance of rolling for it every time you print out a dupe. It could potentially be one of the resources. So because of that, that could be something to try to gamble on. Run into one of the spots with a window at the top of the map. If you find another one of these locations of the point of interest, deconstruct it, get glass, and then hope you print it out. Because then you'll print out a decent amount. Welcome in, Amelia. How are you? So we're making our veggie poppers. We're having the CO2 accumulate because we don't have storage for that yet. But I think we just got the canister filler. So we can put that here. And we are gonna run a line so that we can just put the CO2 in a bottle. Make that a little bit easier for ourselves. We're having a little bit of a food issue at the moment. We will conquer that soon though, so don't worry, you guys. So there is more snack fruit and the overgrow figs that we could probably try to grab. There's also this pool right there. We'll probably go for that. 3, 3, 2. Dig and then uproot. 2 people starving, 900, 900. They have roughly a day before they actually have problems, so it's not too bad. We could also grab these 2 snack fruits. The water's in the way though, right? A little unfortunate. If we dig that, this ladder is all we really need. Yeah, not bad. So we're going to be creating a little bit of space right now. The water's going down. It's not going to go up. So we're just going to try to trim it to the water level. Once this goes away, we'll be able to ladder up and down here. But we will need an alternative water source. So that's very likely going to be on the left side. I wouldn't mind leaving that there. At the same time, I should grab it. We're using this for the overgrow plant, so we shouldn't try to pitcher pump that. And there's one up top. I think it makes sense to do this. We'll do a layer here. That also means we could dig up top. And then we'll just put the pitcher pump right there. So one of them got food, not the second guy though. And we got another research done. So that's the bottle drainer. We'll grab Radbolt Tech next. Any buried objects here? There's one there, there's one there, there's one there. Let's get those done. I guess arguing getting these done is not bad, because food's right there, waiting for us. Alright, stack fruit, nice. One of them's going to be able to conquer their starvation. Cyberdyne, is that you, buddy? Jean's calories going down. Cyberdyne's still starving. Alright, that means priority 9 on this ladder. Oh, did you get food? Get the food, Cyberdyne. Eat, my dude, eat. Coming down to 400k counts. New dupe starving Maya. We'll be alright though. Alright, we could dig all that out. This is gonna be food. We'll dig that out as well. And then we'll get the ladders in. That we'll need eventually. Maya, go get your foods. Oh, you're not hungry? Okay. So once this finishes, we're going to get a lot of calories, which is basically all we're waiting on. All right, looks like we finished the canister empty, or we're going to connect this. What this does is it puts the gas you pipe in into a bottle. The cool thing is that if you slide this to 0, it dumps out. And then you can slide it back up and reaccumulate. No dupe has to be there to do that. So it's pretty sweet. All right, idleness at 5. Let's get the ladder there. We're gonna need a pitcher pump right here. And I think at this point we start digging. We do have to go up, down. We know that this is likely gonna be our ladder that goes pretty deep. We probably stop this ladder roughly around right here and have this go all the way up. Getting to the overgrow nodes right there is not too bad. Maya, go get the foods. The colony's starving. Are you doing it? Oh, you're supplying the farm right now. Okay. 900, 900. So it's not too bad. So buried objects are your friends. I wish there was an overlay for that. That would make doing that so much easier. Wait, what? Oh, it's downtime. Right when she was removing the food from the smoker. That's unfortunate. Steve has to go to sleep for dinner. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Alright, we're still gonna create space. We're gonna be digging out on the side. And then we already technically have a CO2 pit at the bottom. Alright, teleporter, we click on this now. So this is going to review where the second planet is on the star map. You can see the meteor types, type of geysers, and biomes that you have. We're not going to use it for the carnivore. We're just going to rely on the Relica planet, but we will want to go to that planet eventually. Of course, that's going to be up to you. A lot of people don't like to play on 2 planets with 2 colonies on both planets. That's a personal preference. I can't get mad if you like or don't like it. So it's going to be up to you. We could see the CO2 is accumulated a good amount. We're going to add the second tile on the left so that we could keep 6 tiles of carbon dioxide. Sweat corn harvest, nice. But the big thing is going to be this spike with the veggie poppers. Oh man, 11,000 baby, let's go. So the veggie poppers finally grow through bog jelly. Sure, we'll keep all of that. We might want to put a separate bin eventually once we start having too much calories, but right now we're doing all right. We'll probably also want that to be a fridge. It just kind of makes sense. Candy cane stripes. I should probably change up the skins right here as well. Let's get the cool skins. I like this one. Get the wheel. Nice. Print out. Sweat corn. We're at 7 dupes. Calories, I think it's going to be fine again. This guy's narcoleptic, so he's not that good. A third researcher probably doesn't help us out. Suit wearing decorator also doesn't really help us out. The pure rocketry at 16 piloting is actually quite insane. He is going to be Vin Diesel from Fast and the Furious, effectively. He's going to be driving, boys. But I don't know, man. Narcoleptic. He's not going to be able to drive for like 200 cycles from now. Because we're not going to have a rocket anytime soon. I think we just take the sweat corn. We have time to get the, 10 dupes. So it should be all right. Let's trim this, trim that. Let's get a ladder there. All right, and then hopefully we'll get some more veggie poppers at a certain point. Oh, the food rotted. That's tough. Okay, so now we're waiting for the food. We will want to expand a little bit of the farming. I don't really mind that at the moment. So, gonna get the door set up. Get a new layer in. And then that means we're gonna have to bop these overgrows, which is fine. Hey, Kevron, coming in with the Prime. Thank you so much for the Prime and using it on me. Enjoy the emote, do 20 days ad free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. But yeah, man, appreciate you. Thank you so much. I see you over there, man. Guys, you guys don't know what Kevron just did. He just uses Prime. That's going to be, if you guys have Amazon Prime, you guys have Twitch Prime, which is going to be a free sub to the streamer of your choice. Of course, it does not auto-renew. And that means that Amazon picks up $5 from the Prime, right? Because they don't have to spend it. So a lot of times, you guys, use it. Even if it's not on me, man, I encourage you guys to just use the primes. Supports your local streamer, whoever it may be. And it's, you know, you do what you can, right? Absolutely, my dude. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you. All right, the research is done. We have Radbolt tech started. A lot of the power we need. Smoker, the critter tech we need for ranching. And then it looks like we could either grab Spalm tech, which isn't that big of a deal right now because we don't have our water source. Which means a lot of the other tech related to that I could skip for now. And I think we might go for the emulsifier. We want to unlock it, and then we could try to get the Radbolt research in order to get the glass from the glass forge, which would set us up to get the blast shots for the meteor blaster. That's going to be the goal we have. That's at end of 200 cycles. And we have to make 100 of the shots. So, you know, we just have to get to that point. Already planning plans, not going for achievements. We are doing carnivore. But realistically, our goal is just going to be doing the printing pod objectives. We're doing carnivore for fun. I do not want to do locavore on top of that because they're not really built for this. Unless I want to eat dirt bars, which I kind of wanted to avoid. Of course, if at any point you guys are worrying about the food, making the microbe musher and making the dirt bars is always an option. I would just avoid it because a lot of times water and dirt are directly your research resources. You're going to also want dirt for a lot of farming, like the mimicas. And water is also because it's oxygen fuel, technically. So I try to avoid it. If you guys are, you know, push comes to shove, there is always that option if you don't think you'll have it. So it's always good to have it built so that if you need it, you can just put a job on there. However, I will say, I have confidence in my ability to avoid this. So we're going to be doing that instead. Locavore is easier on Ceres. I see you over there. I did Locavore, super sustainable carnivore. Nice. I see you over there, man. Good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. It's not impossible. I'm just not doing it. But yeah, man. Good stuff, my dude. Getting that done is props. Alright, I do kind of want this built. Priority 7. Sarah has a lot of planet wheat. Technically, we could have did the same thing with the Megafrons. If we do get, like, food need, you do have this, which is kind of sweet. It's a lot of calories from that. I did carnivore one time and it stressed me out. Yeah. Carnivore is one of those things. It can stress people out. And if you haven't done it like a million times like I have, right? It's one of those things where you don't really know if you have enough. Like, do you have enough critters? Is there enough meat? Is there enough dupes to eat the meat in time? It's one of those things that's going to make you anxious, 100%. But I've done it so many times, I'm not even worried about it. You had a nice map. Yo, man, look at the draw sometimes. It'd be like that. So right now, we're just going to be expanding the farm a little bit. It's going to be more consistent food than the Lum Ranch will be. And eventually, we're going to be using the Lum Ranch to support the Rexes. We're only going to be using the Lums for carnivore in the beginning, but later on, we're going to not eat the brisket anymore unless we have extra. Because we're going to feed the tough meat to the Rexes. As that's going to be the easiest way to get the feathers for suits. That's going to be a lot later on, though. We're not really going to want to think about that yet. But of course, that is going to be why we're going to be doing that. Make sure to keep an eye on this, because if this ever maxes out and your pipes jam, you're just going to have to slide this. But make sure you slide it. Otherwise, it might be a bad time. So we have exactly 7. Okay, I'm probably gonna want to relocate this so that we could build our tiles here and so that we reach the bottom of the pool. What was that lag spike? You got this, Maya. Alright, we're gonna want to do that. We will eventually want to dig this out. I guess we do this. And then we're gonna want to dig this layer. Just in case we want to go back down. Starvation is happening again? Really? How is this? Nothing's really growing yet. This is working. Waiting for the sweat corn. I guess we could grab some of the overgrow figs down here. Alright, so there is that tile we could dig up. Getting to there eventually. A lot of food right here too. Potentially just dig that out. And then that's going to be some calories for us. Bottling the CO2 is genius. It's the easiest way. It's either you do the CO2 canister filler and you get this tech really early. Right here. You don't even need supercomputer for that, right? Or you do infinite pressure, right? Infinite pressure is more long-term. You could also start coupling your like gas pump into that. So it's one of those things. It's one or the other. All right, we're going to be expanding our meal hall. Logic there is going to be simple. We are going to have more than 7 dupes, so we're going to have to expand this. Probably just go out to here where the abyssalite ends. Starvation. They're fine. We have calories. We're going to be growing the farm space too, so it's going to be good stuff. I should probably prioritize this. Bump this up. There is food there as well. Oh, and more sweat corn. We should harvest that if we can. There is this down here. We could try to grab that. Oxalite, get the figs, sweat corn for the cooked food. And then once we get this is another infusion of 11,000. There we go. That's going to be sweet. Not sweat, sweet. And then we're just going to be hoping the dupes could catch up on the calories soon. Alright, so we're at 5 lums. We could get 1 more. So that means the first lum we get won't be food. That's unfortunate. Now, another thing we will make right now that's going to be a temporary setup is going to be a rock crusher. We will want this mainly because we're going to need refined metal at some point. And we also want to stop running on the wheel somewhat soon. We don't need to do that immediately, but it is something we're going to want. Alright, once we get that door up, we can actually open this. We can actually do that now. And then we could start putting ladders, or more tables down here. That will mean, though, the dupes are gonna grab food and go around. I think that's fine, though. Alright, can I get this connected on the wire? Veggie poppers. So they have to catch up on the calories. Which is why it's usually okay that we had a plus 11,000. They're catching up on the calories to get back up to like 3k. Layra didn't get lucky. Looks like her meal was exactly just 1,000 for herself. Yeah, bottling is really nice. You don't have to get long pipes anymore. You just pump and bottle immediately next to each other. It's the only problem is it's dupe labor. Some people want to avoid dupe labor at certain points. So it's very much like an early game option. Not so much for anything else though. So that's actually another reason why you wanted 6 tiles here. If you do have that weird interaction with polluted oxygen trying to sink into it, it doesn't affect the food. Because these are the only tiles that matter. This is buffer space where the ladders are. So that the polluted oxygen is not really a big deal. 2 water sources down. The amber is... I don't know if this is growing. Because there's no more mosquitoes inside. So we probably don't even get amber from this. Feels bad. Alright, another sweat corn popper. Nice, nice. Alright, now this is built. So we could actually get rid of this now. We will do a low setup like this. And the logic with that is simple. I want to be able to have the dupes climb up down the middle like that. And then we get a little bit more space here. And then, of course, this is going to be a Mimica, and these are going to be sweat corns. All right, no research. We just grabbed emulsifier tech, so we're going to pre-tech up the glass. So we're going to grab metal refinery. So if we go into... Is it a station? It's a refinement. Emulsifier, 100 kilograms of glass. So that's going to be one of the reasons. Gonna get this started. We're going to do 10 things of refining nickel. We have 40 tons mined out. That's not considering what's unmined. So we have a lot of metal ore. So crushing this is fine. You do lose half of it. 100 becomes 50, and the other 50 becomes sand. You're realistically not going to go through that much sand unless you're on a polluted asteroid. So you don't want to do this too often. But as a way to get metal, refined metal in the beginning, that's going to be the best way to do it. You can try to rush the metal refinery building. It's just that that building itself requires a lot of power. And normally you would either want to get this so that you can make a smart battery and tie it to a generator, and then that generator combo could power the metal refinery. Or you have 3 dupes running a wheel, and if one of the dupes gets off the wheel, it stops running. Because 1200 per second is a lot. It really is. All right, getting the sweat corn in. Calories are going to be really good. And we're doing that so that we could get ready to realistically take off this from being cooked and then just do brisket. At that point, though, that's going to be around cycle 40, cycle 50. We could do it early, we do it later, depending on how we have this set up. Another thing we'll probably want to do is start setting up... we can't reach a lot of this. Incubators. Incubators is going to be how we really guarantee carnivore. These guys, even when they're tame, the reproductive chance is 8%, 8.8. So normally it's a lot higher than that with the other critters. It's just that they give you a lot of food, so this is like a balancing thing. However, once you get the egg, you're gonna have to wait a good amount of time for it to hatch. So speeding it up with incubators is gonna be really good for the carnivore achievement. Alright, this is still a great haul. I'll put a backup ladder here just so that they could go this way. And then, you know what I'll actually do? I'll move the cooler to the bottom. And the plants. so that we could replace that with tables up top, and then they're still eating on the same level while we don't lose the bonus. That's not bad. All right, we want another Mimica right here. And more sweat corn. All right. Plants are growing. Plants are growing. Looks like the lums are eating the food ASAP. $83, $83, $83. Yeah, as soon as it's growing, you get a vine, and then they eat the other ones. Not bad. So we're running an automatic egg system, where if we get a lum egg, they will automatically pull it out to here. And then the egg is out of reach of any other dupe. And then once the egg hatches, there's a critter trap that will take the rancher to go inside and then reload the other rooms. Now, if there's nothing to really fill up because they're already at capacity, they just stay trapped until you make an evolution chamber. So that's going to be how we deal with the ranching automation early on. There's actually no automation with this. This is a early game setup you do as soon as you get doors, which I think you start off with. So no, until you get dispensers. The critter trap, you know, you're going to want that as well to do the ranching. But this building is all you need. And then this is just a layout design. If you guys have questions about this, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume you saw me build this and you know how it works. I'm just gonna assume y'all got it, man. Y'all got it. Oh, man. Calories? For free? Not gonna say no. We have no calories right now. I'll take this. Now, we already have another 11,000 inside here ready. We just need it to be emptied out. So it's not even like we need this. I probably should have got the nutrient bars. Oh no, bro. We filled it up with water. Alright, we could put more tables up top once we get the new dupes. My man is stuck. Free yourself. Oh my goodness. Cyberdyne, man. What was you doing in there? Alright, we got the egg. They're going to automatically pick it up and then move it out. So the biggest thing here you're just trying to avoid is the infinite loop, and we solved that. So very straightforward. So far, so good. All right, I think we are going to want the rad bolt research to be done right here. I think that works out. Research is done. We'll wait for the autosave lag to pass. They're eating. All right, and now research. So Glass Forge requires the rad bolt tech. I need to build power generators for that to be consistent. And then right now, there's not really much we need to do. So we're just going to not have the dupes research for a second. And we'll start setting everything else up that we need. So... I think we will do our power right here. All right, there's a little bit of cold right here, and it's also a cold biome, so we'll be able to utilize that. We're just going to be doing a little bit of digging, a little bit of tile spacing. Let the dupes get to work. Gonna get some more sweat corns. And we're back up to 8,000. So, okay. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. My calories aren't there yet. I'm waiting for the dupes to get topped off. Dupes could eat a maximum and have on their character 4,000 calories. It's like 4,020. But if you have a binge eater, they will actually eat 10,000. It's just that the remainder amount over 4,020 never shows up here. Which is why binge eating sucks, right? They're eating calories and it's not even like something they keep. It's kind of just unfortunate, right? When it comes to that. So we're going to be doing a smart battery peak generator setup, which is going to be based off of, you know, the fact that we need to do Radbolt research, and Radbolt tech, when it comes to it, requires stable power and of course a battery bank. So the easiest way for us to achieve that without really breaking the bank is to do a smart battery with generators. So that's going to be the play. We're just going to be doing smart batteries and some peak generators, keep that powered, and then we'll be able to get glass. Once we get that, we'll be able to get the emulsifier and start getting the blast shots done. Now, we could avoid all that and do it later. The main thing we would want first is getting phyto oil. Phyto oil is going to be a plant-based oil you get from the plant pulverizer. This doesn't require anything. It's just, we gotta just do the job. So I might want to get that. The only thing is that there is no easy storage for that. I don't have a liquid storage yet. Maybe we could go for that tech next. Yeah, we'll go for that right now. We'll grab liquid reservoir, which is right here, right before AQ. And then we're going to be building the power here still. We're going to want a lip tile. I might even do something jank like putting a pitcher pump here to pick up the pea water. But we have pea water here, so I don't know if we do that. We also know that it's going to be middle. We'll run 3 and then smart batteries there. And then we're probably going to want heavy watt. Smart battery automation socket is on the left. Power socket's on the left this time. Okay. So they could work on all that. My man Jean. We're going to build the peak generators after we get the wires, automation, and smart battery in. That way they're not running and making a mess. We're also going to want to go in. Just in case we want to get more, we could have another peak generator in the back. But for now, we'll just set it up like that. We'll also want to get another floor up top. We're probably going to run transformers, so running that like that's probably smart. We'll dig that, run the wire here. Right, misting table. Everything's going really well. I need to continue exploring. Oh, there we go, Amber. We have an active lure plant now, good stuff. I probably also want to do this. Start utilizing the plants right there. Now, early on, I told you guys you want to enable auto harvest on a lot of the wild plants. It's only going to be for the starting biome. Outside of that, it's going to be choice plants. In the ice biome, the dew drippers, I don't harvest. You guys can go for this if you guys want bracky, but I am not going to be harvesting that. Right, this is done. So once you have a smart battery, you want to set it to 95-55. That's just a default that I like to do. You guys could change that, but that's a good rule of thumb. We're gonna run in peak burners. After that, we're gonna get some transformers, and then we're gonna run a wire through the back and top. Once we get that done, we're also gonna want to get our radiation set up. I will want it one level higher right here so that my dupes are not sleeping in the radiation and getting sick. So we're just gonna do a simple setup. Oh, I'm missing the refined metal. We're gonna do another job of 10. We have the reservoir tech now, so we could do the simple plant pulverizer setup as well. This is no power, so we just put it here. We're gonna run 2, and then 2 space gaps, so we just have a reservoir behind it. And then we're just gonna store the liquid we make inside there. Okay, so we will need something called a wheezewort. This. That's going to be because we are going to want to get the radiation it provides. These two look perfect. There is no like bad setup there. This is cold, but not too cold. So how would this work? Drip lock. So we could do here. Yeah, we do it like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to drip a little bit of water there. And the idea is going to be simple. We're going to create a drop lock so that the chlorine doesn't break out. This guy can be food, so we will consider that. We're going to pull out an electric grill along with the smokers. And we will put that on the bottom line. Eventually, though, once we get this up, we are going to replace the wheel and the batteries so that it's powered by the peat jets. So having that wire here is going to be pretty good. We just extend it to the top later. All right, my man's getting his brushing. I also want to start looking at lum eggs. That's going to give us a better idea of how many total lums we have. And we look at this, they get 3% per cycle. So we will want to get an incubator set up soon. I'll probably bump this up to 17 so we get a little bit more refined metal, because that's going to be what you need for the incubators. Right? 200 each. I guess we get that started right now. Where is the automation for this? Left side. Okay. Not bad, not bad. So we gotta let them build, let them work. Since we've stayed at 7 dupes, the 2 oxygen diffusers we have is still good enough. We're gonna do this pattern, and then we could dig everything beneath. This is at 40 kgs. You have a lot of room still. Both of these are running now. All the veggie poppers. Yeah, so that means we're going to be good on calories. This is roughly around the time where you'll actually stabilize food on the Relica map. Compared to the other maps, this takes a little bit longer to get past the initial food problem. So, you know, not too bad of a thing. If you guys are having food issues on this map at the beginning, it makes sense. There's a lot going on here, right? All right, we're waiting. So what we're going to do is we're going to mop this up. Maybe make someone do it now. And then there's that bottle we get, right? 100 grams. We're going to move that to here. And then we're going to create a drop lock. Now, the amount of water doesn't really matter. You just want a little bit, less than a kilogram if possible. So this is 33 grams. That's really low. But yeah, less than 1 kilogram. Then we move that with a relocate, and then we empty. We're going to have the water spill. It's going to spill down. And ideally be on these 3 tiles. We'll just want these 2 and try to get a vacuum here. There we go. And then we could dig that. Now the reason why is because if you have a vacuum, there's no heat transfer. But that's not really the point. We're just trying to prevent the chlorine from actually moving around. Now, chlorine's not deadly in this game unless you're a germ. And you could let it float around. However, it does cause problems for the dupes, potentially. So what happens is that if the chlorine gets into the dupes and it submerges them, even if they're walking by the chlorine gas and they're in it, they get something called eye irritants. Depending on what it is, it's either major or minor eye irritants. And those things basically gives you a debuff. Like soggy feet's a debuff, right? You get stressed from that. Eye irritants is a penalty to athleticism for like the amount of time you're submerged, and then the moment you leave and you're in oxygen, you have a 10-second debuff timer. However, if you're in polluted oxygen, it kind of just keeps staying on you. You have to get out of it and be in like oxygen. I think CO2 also helps. But the bad gas will potentially get in your eyes. They're going to start rubbing their eyes. And it's going to be, you know, fixed animation, do the time loss. It's a little bit unfortunate. Unless you're stacking that debuff with other stuff like soggy feet, chilly surroundings, stuff like that, it's really not that bad. But if you do stack it, it could become a stress problem, athletics problem, stamina problem, even for the short window that you have it. In our case, though, breathability is pretty good so far. Cycle 24. We have our ranches up. We got our farms up. Smokers. We're going to be doing toasted millets. Why not? Once we get meat from the Dardo over here, we'll be able to make barbecue, which is why I actually made this. Potentially want to get the food. Another thing about this game that's really weird that you guys probably want to take advantage of is once you start getting your cooking buildings up, any item that you supply and it's in the contents does not rot, and it's frozen in time and space. So what that means is that if you have food and you can cook it, you probably want to. Just because of the fact that you could have 1% sweat corn about to rot. And if it's inside here, it's going to cook and become 100% veggie poppers. So having a lot of cooking buildings is technically not bad, as you could use it as a food storage device. Have this filled up, and then once you need the resource, you could just set this to 0 and it drops on the ground, right? So if you need to, you could do that. Now you might be wondering, well, it's just one job, right? No, you actually fill it up to do the veggie poppers 3 times. Are we taking boops? No, we probably won't be for a while. Fraze, welcome in. Feels bad, man. I have very few mods. One mod I'm running is right here. Sweep by type. Instead of having a sweep all button, I sweep a bunch of random stuff that I want to sweep. Mass relocate, that's not on the list. I run pliers still. And then smart mop. I click one time and it mops the entire pool. Very convenient. But yeah, I don't do any game-changing mods. Everything is pretty much quality of life. Any dupe named Timo. All right, man. Rip Bimo. Timo's in. Let's see. Timo is always sweating. And he lives in the jungle. So you're going to get the field work coveralls. with the oh, we don't got gloves for this. We give you the black gloves. And then we get some leather shoes. Timo wearing his shorts. Let's go, Timo. Mass move 2. That's the name of the mod, my last one. Alright, so construction, we're gonna want the incubators first. Oh, we have a printout. Ooh, nutrient bars. Now we don't really need that anymore. Build supply is very good, so I'm gonna take that. Loud sleeper, that's a little unfortunate. We're gonna move the loud sleeper inside here. All right, we are gonna try to move the incubators into there. We're gonna run a wire here. Let's get the construction here done first, because that's gonna be more calories for us in the long term. This is not bad, but we don't really need to do that yet. I guess that's also something that would save us a little bit of time, because you don't run the wheel anymore. It's not bad. All right, this is done. We can dig this all out. We're gonna red signal this. Oh yeah, the new dupe is gonna be build supply. No research. We're kind of taking a break on the research for now. Let's bump this as well. Get another stargazer in the back. So the new dupe we got is Bubbles. Bubbles needs to be over here because they snore. So they could just sleep next to the Abyssalite. We're gonna red signal this. Alright, veggie poppers. So at this point, we have calories. We're gonna not allow them to eat snack fruit or nutrient bars anymore. Or any food that doesn't rot. We're gonna be saving the indefinite life food as long as we can. And the reasoning is very simple. The indefinite life on the food is going to be better for space missions because they don't rot, right? So they could just be on the spaceship for as long as it needs to be. Ah, we're starting to get rotting food over here. So we're going to mass relocate, or we're just going to relocate the millet. And then we're going to make a setup for that. Setup is simple. We just take a bin. We just want it to be below this anywhere. And then we are going to make this a priority 9 rot pile. So once it rots, the dupes immediately pull it out. And then it's good. That way it's never going to be in the food bin, potentially causing a bubble here of polluted oxygen. That's what we want to avoid. All right, Bubbles. That's going to be your bed. And material study terminal. All right, this part is simple. We're going to want a reflector here. We're going to want shot. Very straightforward setup. We will want this on a automation. And then if we want to, we could not gate automate this, but we'll probably do that later once we have the gates. We don't have the gates right now, so it's a little unfortunate. We're at 21,000, but it's not emptied out right here. Fun times. So we moved out the mamillets. We have 2 mamillets inside. That's pretty good. So that means these won't rot anymore and we get more food. Okay, we could clean this up. All right, these could be connected. Now we could do our first setup here. So this is like that. That's like that. We'll take the second one to pull it down. This one is likely going to go to this side. I'll probably want a third one at some point. Probably pretty soon, actually. Because I'm going to want to do that. Construction. We want the middle one done first. The Radbolt research is not that important. We just want to have that as something they could do when they're idle. I guess for that same reasoning, we could do that setup and then this setup. We have to have that on separate thin wires because this is 480, 480. That's 960. And then if this is running and while these two are running, that means that we're going to be over the 1000 limit, get damaged wires. You know, we want to avoid that. All right, so this is good. We could do that, which means we don't have to run the wheel or power the batteries anymore. We're also going to prioritize the peak gens to priority 8. Pretty important to keep the power saturated. And these are going to be doing Seacomb to Phyto Oil. If you had slime molds as a map modifier, you could actually skip this next step that we'll have to do, where we go and grab, you know, Seacomb from the gold biome right here. Just because if you have slime, you could just substitute that instead of doing the Seacomb, which is going to be a lot simpler a lot of times. All right, 1500. So we will want to split this line at some point. We do want to split this line. So we probably run a split line here. And probably run this going down. Yeah, and then we probably run it like this. So we split this layer and the bottom half. Now the thing is that it's probably because of the incubators showing like the potential 240, 240 on top. So it shouldn't be too bad. I still probably want to split that though. Get that split up. Oh, this got built. Turn this off. Aim this at the target. This needs to hit this target. And then this one's the diagonal to hit that target. It's looking not bad. All right, so priority 9, Lumeg. Once we get that in, we could start doing the rancher hugs to get the incubation bonus. We'll go about this once we have it set up. We got to move the egg, wait for the rancher to grab the egg to do it. But this is going to be the early game incubator setup you're going to want to do if you're trying to do carnivore. That's going to be for there. We're going to split the line here so it's not that bad. This is probably a good time to bop this battery, because this is going to basically just cause heat. I probably don't need this one as well. Right? Because if you have power stored in a battery, it's actually generating heat, and then a little bit is leaking out. So you don't want a lot of batteries in this game. You actually want to avoid that if possible. Okay. The wire's done. We're going to pause, and then we are going to start doing some pliers. This is effectively the disconnect tool. We're going to cut that. And then that's going to be together. We're going to cut this, and then that part. We're going to take the wire, reconnect that to the grill, connect these going down, connect that going to the right. And then we are also going to cut it here, because this is not going to connect to anything. This is at 360, 1140. That's perfectly fine. That means we could put the material study terminal on this. Bump this to a 9. Once we get the research for that, we could do it. Right now, there's no tech I would really need. We could upgrade the toilets, grab the odorizers is not bad. Getting some space tech wouldn't be bad. We could start pre-teching up the glass forge. Otherwise, we're pretty good on the technologies for right now. Getting gas res wouldn't be a bad option either. Getting suits just cuz. Or no, you know what? We'll grab the knot gate that we need for the rabble research. All right, so cycle 26 right now. Doing great. These are in, so we're gonna wait. Yeah, they're gonna go to sleep soon. So we are gonna turn one of these on. Right? The reason why is because this incubator is going to constantly take power for as long as it's running, and it's 240 watts per second. Now the funny thing is that the egg itself gets a buff when it gets hugged by your rancher, which is why we have this at priority 9. It's priority. We want that to happen. Open the second one. Now it's lullabied, and you see it's a buff. So we could actually turn this off. And it keeps the buff. So the incubation bonus is there, even though it's not draining power. So this allows you, it's going to be a little bit micromanaging heavy to do this, but it saves you a lot of power because it's otherwise going to drain 240 watts per second. That's a lot of power. You don't want this running because it's just going to put extra strain on your generators. So no buff, and then get the buff. We get the bonus, turn it off. Now, because this only lasts a cycle, you're going to have to, you know, keep doing it every cycle. Now, the good news is that we don't have to do that all the time. This is really just to get it started. I want to get 6 slums in here. And then afterwards, we have to hit our target of 13. And then once we get that, that's technically 400,000 K counts of brisket. And we should be good. That should be all we would need for carnivore. So at this point in the game, this is how my base looks like. Very straightforward, easy stuff. How come no one could go into this? How come nobody wants to do this ladder? This glitched? Yeah, now it's fine. I don't know why that was looking weird. Looking at this right now, we are going to be looking for the polluted water vent. That's probably going to be the smart thing to do. That happens to me all the time. I think that happens when a dupe is doing the job. But what happens is that before they finish building it, the schedule ends. All right, it didn't happen here. The schedule ends and then it's incomplete. Because when that happens, it means that the original dupe that built it technically tried to build it, but it didn't finish. So it kind of messes with the AI, I think. Because that's usually what it happens to me. Something to do with the dupes and the schedule. Only with ladders. I see you over there. I've had that done with tiles as well. But yeah, it's usually because of the schedule thing, I feel like. Okay, so we haven't found our water source. This is hot water. It's nice, but you know, we want better than that. I feel like we might have it in this biome. So I'm going to try to dig a little bit lower from here. We're going to be doing what's known as the S-shape digging. And we're just going to want to try to get close. I guess we could get to this. It's oxygen there. But I want to just reveal the map on the bottom side. We already hit the wall on the right side. There is the critter flux on that side. That's kind of cool. We could try to go up this way. Now, this is hydrogen. I'm not really too worried about that because it's going to float up. It's a light gas. It's not too bad. Revealing more up top isn't a bad thing. So we could climb up the edge of the abyssalite right here and see what we got. And then on this side, this is all sand. That means the water is going to spill out and be a pain. Now, it's not a lot of water, so we could probably just dig that out after we're done. So we'll do that. And the logic here is simple. It's going to force the dupes to be on this tile to dig. And then we'll get to see the right side. Okay, so because I said it's going to be in the gold biome, I think it's going to be where my geyser is going to be. I'm going to go this way as well. Only problem with that is... it's going to be kind of tough. So hopefully we could do it like that. Okay, this is 0.5. Did we do the drop? We did. All right, so this is our drop block. Chilling. We're going to want to grab the Weezeworts so we can move it up top. And then we're still digging to find the geyser. The other option that you could do right now is go to the second planet if you really wanted to. Realistically, though, you should try to locate your water geyser, your cool one, if possible. In our case, that's, again, polluted water vent. So if we could find that, that kind of allows us to be set. Now, the reason why is because if you find it and you open it, it's going to be generating water. And you want as much as you can, right? Especially if it's at a decent temperature. Since it's going to be 30 degrees, man, that's pretty ideal. I don't have to warm it up in order to sieve it. It's going to mean that we have a lukewarm water source. Though cold water would be kind of nice, I will say. It also looks like our plants are doing well. The lums are fed. Oh, these guys are starving. Feels bad. So no eggs, huh? No eggs until they eat. Yeah, we don't have enough plants to feed them, so it's kind of a problem. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put a feeder here. We're gonna not allow ourselves to eat the overgrown figs, and then we're gonna feed that to the lums right here, so they get some food. This top left, we don't really have vision of. This hasn't broken yet. I'm a little impressed. I'm gonna want to go here though. I want to see if we could go a little bit more vision. That area. Otherwise, if you don't want to explore, even though you should, creating space so you could add rooms when you need to is also really nice. So digging out all the resources right here wouldn't be a bad idea. You could leave it though, as you don't really need the space at the moment. Eventually you will. Still got the lullaby. Nice. Not really for the hatches, but you know, the hatches can't eat that. 1, 2, suffocating. Oh no, Billie Jean, that's my girl. Billie Jean, that's not my girl. Critter Flux, not bad. He's okay. Oh, there is a gold biome right here. Okay. I don't think I need to worry that much, right? It will just fill up right here. All right, we'll do 1 tile dig. We'll do 2, and then all the water could spill out. I don't have to worry. There's a chance guys are gonna be up top. Okay, that's a big obsidian boulder. Neutronium. Doesn't look like there's going to be a geyser on this side. We could probably stop exploring that way. Sporkids. We got a angry crab. Oh, 2 geysers. Back to back. Our pro tip, priority, top priority, highlight the geyser. Hot polluted oxygen. That's doo-doo. So we're going to put that priority 1. Same thing for the second one. Hot, polluted oxygen. Dude, we have 2 of the same geysers. Really? 2 hot, polluted guys. Okay. I thought one of them was going to be our water source. Feels bad, man. Oh, ancient specimen. Because 3 fossils on the right. Never lucky, boys. Never lucky. More polluted water right there. It feels like I need to go this way. I probably do. Probably do want to check these guys out. Never lucky, man. Never lucky. So those were 2 covered. I didn't think they'd give you 2 the same ones next to each other. That feels like a glitch. They held down the left click when they were spawning geysers a little too long. Calories are looking good. Toasted millets, snack fruit, veggie poppers. All right, so we're gonna move the unperishable food to this bin because the food doesn't need to be in CO2. All right. So those are gonna be our unperishables. We're gonna uncheck them from here. Bump this up to a 7. We got oil here. So oil is the heaviest liquid in the game. It's not even close. And it's really good for something called drop locks, which is basically this, but done in a triangle fashion so that you could hold the vacuum and go in and out. Very good strategy for those that are looking for a good lock solution. Oil is going to be the best for that, though you can use it with other things. Just don't use it with water. Water is one of the lightest liquids in the game, so using water for a drop lock is like, you know, it's just potential disaster, man. We're going to want a door there so the mosquitoes don't come out and start biting me. You know how it is. You know what? We'll put the door right here instead and then open these 2. All right. All the lure plants. I'm hoping there's like the pea water geyser right there is open. These guys aren't adults yet, so maybe I could get away with opening this for oxygen. I guess we could also do this just to have the CO2 drop into there. And then we could move a dupe to see what we have on the right side. We're not researching, but that's fine. Schedule. All right. We got to hug the eggs. Give it a little bit more love. Pokey shells spawn. All right, we're going to take this guy. Be careful. These guys will attack you if they lay an egg and they're next to it. So a lot of times you want to kind of give them their own space. Let me relocate and put them on this island. And then we're waiting for my rancher. Lyra's coming. Idle. Okay, if my dupes are idle, we're gonna make them dig. Lyra's in. All right, so we do the second one. And then once that's done, we turn it off. And then chain hug. Let's go. That dug out. Okay. We need to get this here. We'll probably force one of the dupes to go explore on the right for vision. Ooh, magma. That's right. We have magma channels. I forgot that's a thing. We have magma channels. I don't know how bad it's gonna be though. But yeah, we got magma channel. That's technically not a good thing. All right, we're getting 13% per day. We're just trying to get that full size setup. Waiting for the plants to grow. So it's like, even though we have the ranches here, we're not actually producing at the rate we need to be able to get carnivore. We gotta wait for the plants to full grow so that the freaking lums right here don't starve like these guys. Now the good news is that we're gonna get a harvest soon. Bad news is that it's not sustained yet. Alright, go down this way. Go through the sand. All the obsidian here. Okay, so can we dig that? Can we dig it? Oh, Maya has the dig skill. I forgot about that. We'll still give it a John. Cyberdyne has 2 points. We'll give him improved construction. No, we'll give him tinkering so that he's set up to get mechatronics as soon as he can. Liam, researcher. Not the first one, but the second. I'll save him. He might need to get astronomy. Timo, the first researcher. We'll save him again. Now we'll give him field research. He is the OG, as the kids say. He's the original gangster. Oh, we could breathe right there? That's nice. Where you going? Where you go? All right, before you go up, we're gonna move you down so we could see what's in the corner. Right? Pulling back the veil. All right, we have the teleporter for the supply. That's goods on the second planet. Both bad geysers. Uranium biome, okay. Yeah, it looks like we go this way and we just have to go through the obsidian. And then we have to avoid those guys. We probably go down. This is gonna off gas regardless of what we do. And I think we have to do that. And then put a new door right there. Actually, we probably don't care about the door. I am a little bit worried though. My dupes are gonna get bit by all the mosquitoes right here. Oh my goodness. Dude, I hate the overgrows. They take way too long to grow, man. They really do. I wished they grew the extra vine and gave you a fruit. It's so tough that you only get one or the other. Because it takes way too long. It makes getting carnivore, like, really bad. I guess the balancing point is they made the lums really good. Like, if the lums didn't give you that much meat, I felt like it would have been, like, super tough. But yeah, overgrowth takes forever, man. It makes getting carnivore here, like, it's different. I don't really feel like it's that bad, though. Because all you need is 13 lumps, technically. Just 13. Alright, looks like we need to just start digging. A lot of my dupes aren't really doing too much right now. That might mean we want to get started with the material study research. So let's plant the Weesports. I want this at priority 7. We're also going to want to start grabbing phosphorite. I don't think we have any. We need that to fertilize. Yeah, we haven't even discovered it. So we have to break into an ice biome where we have phosphorite available. This might be the best one. There's almost no chlorine in here. All right, so we'll do it right there. We are gonna probably eat the dartles. Feels bad. That's gonna be our starter barbecue. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Barbecue's on the menu, boys. No brisket. Oh, and there is my magma channel of the igneous rock. It looks good though. There's no leak of heat leaking out. That's a good thing. There it is. So it was there. So I wanted to go this way because I saw a pool of polluted water. And there it is. The geyser. It's open. It's generating. 30 degrees. Very nice. And it's breaking into this biome. Okay. Maybe breaking into here might be the next thing we might want to do. You use the farm station to jumpstart it. And you can select to allow the end vines to be farmer's touch. Oh, that's nice. They give you a decent amount of fertilizer on the map too. 600 kgs. I actually don't know if that's a lot. That's a good idea. Using the farm station to jumpstart the overgrow node. Putting the mimicas in there also probably help out. Not too bad. Still though, I feel like the overgrow node's a little too punishing. Might be just me though at the same time. It's a good strat. Because technically you will need to get the farming skill here. Oh no, crop tending is here, right? That means you need 2 dupes. Or you skill scrub the guy that does the farmer's touch. That kind of sucks. Because you're going to have to get to crop tending in order to get the bonus on the overgrow node. It's 1.3 cycles per node with farmer's touch and the mimica. Wow. And then that's still like, yeah, 20, 30 cycles. Well, no, 12 each, right? That's what, 15? Yeah, it's about 15 cycles to get all 12 branches then. That's still, man, that takes a long time. I guess you could argue you could feed the lum something else. The overgrow is something you choose typically because it's the most water efficient compared to the other two. Like how much calories you get and how much water you have to spend on it. Sweetle tending should help, but the problem is that you could only tend the ones that you're able to reach. Tweedledum. So it depends on your design. If you use this design, you won't be able to tend the top vines. So I don't know how that helps you. I mean, it helps, but it's like, you know, not as good as it could be. Because the Sweetles only are able to tend a plant if they're able to stand next to it. They have no vertical reach. I see a Tweedledum. Zone, welcome in. Hope you guys are having a good one, man. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Grubs and Sweetles are the same thing. Yeah, it's 5%. You would want grubs. Grubs are a lot better. And they don't stack with the Sweetles. So it's like you choose one or the other, right? Sweetles or grubs. You won't be able to do both. All right, we're waiting to dig that. That requires the abyssalite digging, which we do have. And then we have the polluted water right there. Since the polluted water right there, I think we do want to start thinking about utilizing it. So we want to get close. It makes me want to bop this biome. It also means I'm probably going to want to try to get a lot of digging done, because we know if the water's there, the spawn's going to want to be close by. Salt water, cold water. If we use salt water for the spawn fuel, I'd probably want my spawn like right here, realistically. So if we do normal 4-tile spacing, we don't need this anymore because we have a ladder. We do 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, and then we do that. Yo, man, no specs on the lights. I don't know what you mean by specs on the lights, though. All right, they're trying to bite my dupes. We won't allow them. No. No specs on the lights. Okay. Dealing with the bleach stone is kind of a pain. And then the biggest thing is understanding that we will have CO2 problems. Especially since my peak gens are up top. So my CO2 is gonna be falling down. How do we want to do this? So a lot of times you're gonna want to build around where the geysers are, just so that you don't have to build a long distance between getting the resource to where you want to use it at, especially if it's hot. So I do want to build around this area, though it's not really required. We just drag a long pipe out. I think we just drag a long pipe out. That might be the easiest way to do it. Alright, since that's the case, we are going to want to start digging this out. And then we'll do another strat over here. That should be okay. I want to do a pattern here. That should be okay as well. So we're going to drain this water into here, and then that's going to allow us to spill this water into here as well. And then we're going to probably want to build our spawn in this area. So we're just getting ready, doing a little bit of preemptive building and setting up the setups. Very straightforward stuff. I should probably stop this ladder. And did we find barbecue so there's no raw meat yet? Okay. So phosphorus. I want to avoid digging ice if I can. And then we don't need a lot, right, for the Weezeworts. This salt water we didn't get to in time. Though I could probably try to spill this salt water in. To try to get a faster in too. It's not that it's going to matter too much though. A lot of the plants here want to be warm, so it's like not that big of a deal actually. If anything, it'd be just to save the biome on the side. Oxalite to breathe. Alright, so we could open this now and then drain the water once we have this carved out. We're making this a little bit thicker just so that we don't have to worry about breakage. One of the things you are a little worried about is the fact that the materials, if it's not you know, the hardness value is too low and it's low mass, it's gonna break to water pressure. So we just want to avoid that by having too thick tiles. Alright, they're gonna be sleeping. After they wake up, we're gonna do another lullaby. Dude, our calories are way up there at the moment. Our calories are way up there. We might want to stop doing veggie poppers soon. So this is what it meant, where getting the smokers is a lot of food. And until this starts rolling, you're not going to have a lot of food. But once it does start rolling, it's going to be a lot. It's really nice to have. I highly recommend getting the smoker if you guys haven't played around with it. It's really good, really good. Dupes are away. Nice. Let's get the first lullaby in. Nice. All right, so we could also start powering that. Get the rad bolt stuff in. This is gonna drain a lot of power. If not, make your peat burners work non-stop. So you're gonna want to turn this off after you get the shot in. Also, we want to change this to 51 on both. That's gonna be a pro tip. If you don't do that, you're gonna be mad later on. So just trust me on this. I guess I should explain it. So what that does is you shoot a rad bolt, right? When you hit a minimum charge of 50. Problem is that while it's traveling, it decays 0.1 value of the rad bolt per tile it travels. So that means you minimally lose at least 0.1, 0.2 per bolt. And that means that you don't get enough science to actually finish because you'll be at 99.6, right? And then once you get to that, you're going to be at like 19 out of 20. And you're going to be wondering why you lost a little bit. And that's going to be because of that travel decay. So a lot of times you just want to, you know, make sure you cover that. Now, I guess I shouldn't worry about the spawn too much right now, as we're working on carnivore. Oops. We got the lullaby, you didn't get second one. Happy is not suffocating. So yeah, eventually the CO2 is going to be a problem. It's going to get down to here, and then it's going to be a cloud of smoke. It's going to be tough. So I will want to deal with it at some point. All right. Get the water to spill. Dig that. We're just going to be starting to dig out the area. We'll probably box this up and not use the chlorine. While we do need bleach stone, they're typically not going to require us to need a geyser for that, because you don't really need that much. Nice drain. Dig out that side. This is just going to be getting to the water. All right, we're not researching right now, but that's okay. Clean that up. This we're not really dealing with. We don't need to get salt or anything in that biome. Maybe making our way to the teleporter is not a bad idea. And then we could mop up the oils right there. That means we just start cleaning up a lot of the space right here. That's not bad. And then we get to trim this out. This is a pit, so I guess we should try to open it. And then here. Bleach stone doesn't off-gas till you dig through, so that's going to be fine. Xandrov coming in with the Prime. I think it's what you're using your Prime on me. Enjoy the emote tutorial does ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub ad. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. I see you over there, Xandrov. I'd have Mom on the cam right now, but the little baby's in the other room. Hey, who would you like to claim? Can't grab the first two. So John, Liam, Layra, Maya, May, Bubbles. Let me know. Liam, he's in. Oh, look at that. This guy has a Vol Orb emote. What a guy. Zoe, did you see the post on the PoE subreddit? There was a guy that was like, oh my god, I just made the realization that the Path of Exile 1 logo is a mirror of Calandra. Like, that's the item that's in the background. And then they just put Path of Exile on top of that in the text. And then someone made the realization that PoE 2 is a corrupted mirror of Calandra. And then the comments were like, that makes way too much sense. Because you can't do any crafting in PoE 2. So it's like the items are all corrupted. I was like, oh man, that's way too good, man. That's way too good. It's completely true. Alright, man. This guy's looking to get his hands dirty. Young Xandroth, if you guys don't know Xandroth, he is 12. No, he's 16 years old. Xandroth is 16. Still going to high school. So he's got to dress accordingly. He's got to get his Boy Scout scarf. He knows how to tie 24 knots. He actually went to middle school and he had a older friend that could tie 21 knots. Today, he is called 21 Pilots. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Xandroth is famous, man. He went to school with the guy that's known as 21 Pilots. We should be getting a PoE 2 announcement soon. Honestly, I am not excited. I mean, Act 4, that was leaked already. We're getting that. I want to see the new weapons, new classes. But honestly, I feel like there is a lot of fake hype that's trying to be generated by the dev team themselves. It really do feel like that right now, man. It really do. If the endgame's not drastically updated, I'll not be interested. PoE endgame is so good. Have you already seen the post that said that we are not going to be getting any PoE 2 unique mechanics? Everything is going to be a recycled version of PoE 1's mechanics until full game release 1.0. So we're at 0.3 is going to come out in 2 weeks, right? We're next week going to get our teaser on the 22nd. And then a week after that, it's going to be when the patch drops. So yeah, that was something they said already in the interview. I think this was the interview they talked about with the people in China. I don't know if it was like a famous streamer or group, but when they did the Chinese interview, I read that in one of the translations. That they're not going to be getting any unique content. Any content they're going to get is going to be a recycled form of what they already have in PoE 1. So it's not going to be anything new. They won't be getting anything specific to them until, you know, full game launch. And I was like, man, that sucks. Really sucks, man. And then you have Darth microtransaction talking about, oh man, big content updates, going to be nice. Trying to hype it up, right? But it's like, you know, it kind of just feels like he's trying to just make the hype, you know, so to speak. Like he's just trying to create some hype with it, just doing the streamer stuff, I guess. I will be curious to see how the new league does. Yeah, I mean, I gotta see it, I gotta play it. Oh, Cyberdyne. Save my mans. Thank you. What's going on, Kill Bill? Greetings from the Netherlands. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you, Kill Bill? I see you over there. I gotta do another lullaby. Oh, new dupe as well. Alright, so we do kind of want to get the 10 dupes. I mean, technically this is not bad. Bottomless stomach is good for the carnivore. You get it done faster. But it's not technically something we really need. I could take Gossman. I could also take Bert. Bert's not bad. I wouldn't mind a cook right now. And then a dedicated operator is pretty good. I don't know if he's going to be ranching at all, though. That's going to be the thing. He's going to have a rancher that doesn't ranch. A tidier wouldn't be bad right now, though. I don't want the bottomless stomach. The interior decorator doesn't help us. He's not going to be farming. Okay, we take Gossman. So Gossman is allowed to cook, and then he does tidying, storing, supply. Gossman, we have to give you the skill, and then we're going to take you to art school. So far, so good. I mean, new character Act 4 is cool, but I'm not looking forward to hunting down towers again. Yeah, honestly, that part of it does suck. Farming act bosses for loot the endgame. Dude, that was back at Diablo 2 when we used to do Mephisto runs. That's a throwback to that era, man. At that point, man. I don't know if I would be mad if that's what they made us do. But, you know, I don't think they will be doing anything about that. That's the thing. I don't think they actually do that. I'm doing good. How are we doing? We're doing all right, man. We're on a new run right now. A lot of calories. Everything's going really good. We're trying to set people up for doing carnivore. At the moment, everything's going pretty well. So all we've done was, you know, set up the starter base. Everything's going pretty good. Breathability. We found our water geyser. We're going to be setting ourselves up to get a spawn soon. But yeah, everything's going pretty good so far. I know you don't want to play PoE 1, but because of not WASD, but if you ever did, would you see what I mean? You would see what I mean. Okay. Dude, WASD will get the PoE 1 at some point. And when it does happen, man, I'll play it. I'll play it. I wondered, did you hear about workers and resources? I have the game. I don't like it. It's too detailed for its own good, and that's kind of what it's leaning into. I don't like workers and resources because A, I don't want to just have that comrade music playing on loop, right? Because you don't have that much music variety. And then the second thing is that it's very vehicle specific for a lot of the loops. And I don't like that. Everything's a car or a truck, but then it's like, it's a different model that you use for different setups for the industrial chains. It starts becoming way too specific for me to really enjoy it. I mean, I have the game, I played it. Man, it just wasn't for me. But yeah, I know the game you're talking about. Maybe once it gets developed, maybe there's some updates. It's just, man, I tried playing it, man. I streamed it too. Got the lullaby. Oh, I never turned this on. Ha. What is the goal for this run? So we're going to be doing all the printing pot objectives, but we're going to be trying to be as informative as we can so that the people watching could be guided along. That's going to be the idea. We're going to try to guide you guys along so that you guys have an easy time beating the Relica map. So we're going to be doing carnivore. We talk about how to get the food stability, the oxygen balance, how to set yourself up for success, what to be doing. And then a lot of it's going to be specific to this planet. So it's basically like a guided run. We also try to make it so that we didn't get too much of the easy stuff. That being said, That's right. I am looking for seacomb. Is it me, man? Or is there no seacomb on the map? Wow. It's these two and nothing else. I mean, it is what it is. Out of all the gold biomes like this, I have literally just 2 seacomb. That's kind of insane. Nothing here, nothing here, nothing here. And it's gotta be these 2. Okay, we know where we need to go then. Let's dig this so we can jump across, jump down. So we need to get to here. Can we go around this? I don't think we can. I think if anything, we just try to go through this way. That does work. And then we go through here. That works as well. And then we'll grab the seacomb. Hopefully that's gonna be fine. I hope there's no like magma break right there. That'd be really tough. And then we're gonna have to grow the seacomb ourselves. We're gonna have to pick it up from there, grow it back in base. Pea dirt, we do that for the phyto oil. And then it's pea dirt 5 cycles. They have to be in water. Does this have to face down? You can't have seacomb facing up, right? I don't think that's a thing. All right. We'll probably want to do it here then. So it becomes a farm bridge. I guess that works. We'll put a bin here. We'll put ladders here. Not bad. So this is going to be for bleachstone. That way we can move it out of the way. And then we're going to try to grow seacomb in here. It's got to be water environment. So we're just going to have the plant itself dangling off. We'll get pea dirt from the outhouse. That works out pretty well. All right, we're going to reset this just to get rid of the gas. Nice. So far is doing really nice. We still starving over here? It's starting to get... Oh, no, they just ate. This guy has food now, though. That's funny. Lullaby, lullaby. 63, 60%. 0.2, 0.4. All right, everything's pretty good. Working away downtown over there. That is dug out, so I can't be mad. That means we do this next. I probably want to trim this next. And then from there, I probably want to get rid of this. Probably want to do that as well. Get that done. Okay. Probably want to start trimming this part. And then this is probably easy to trim. We got into here, right side. Oh, somnium synthesizer on top of the ancient specimen fossil. We got salt spiral. Doesn't mean anything. A little bit of fossil up top. Oh, there's an opening right here. Oh, that's not bad. I might want to seal that so that it doesn't wreck the plants, because this is 25 plus. I might actually want to do that. All right, so that should be good enough. All right, guys, I will do a quick break. I am going to go grab some tea, use the restroom, and I'll be right back. We're back. We are back. We got some tea. I have a shot of coffee left. My dupes have got this. George is in. No breaks in the Abyssal. Another bee biome. I literally only got 2 sea cone in this entire biome. You gotta be kidding me, man. Literally those 2, nothing else. That, oh my god. What are the chances? Dude, that makes me think that you could get screwed over. Like, if you just don't get any sea comb, you actually can't make blast shots. That's very unfortunate, man. Not gonna lie. That is very unfortunate. Alright, calories are still going up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. And then we double to 14. Okay. I may want to slow down on this, but I think we're okay with that. Alright, let's get our incubation continuing. Dude, man, without the sea comb, you can't stop the meteor. So I'm just a little surprised that they would give you so little. Wait, are the Paku gonna eat the seeds? I hope they don't do me dirty like that. I harvest the plants and then we lose the sea comb to the fish. That would be horrible. Bleachstone. They do not eat sea comb seeds. Nice. Thank you for that, Zarek. Leaf and sea comb itself. So that's from harvesting, and this is wild feeding. Not bad. That's a good made choice. I'm happy they did that. That way you don't get debated by the Paku. Alright, moving the bleachstone so that we don't have issues with chlorine everywhere. That's probably from up here though. Seems to be okay. We're at 100, so we don't need this running anymore. We're gonna let this decay. That way we don't burn the power. We're at 56 kgs before we have to mop that up. That's all going pretty good so far. We want to start trimming this. And then we could reach up top and to here, so we gotta wait on that. Okay. We could do this and go up here. That's not bad. Waiting for them to dig that out. I guess we will work on this. So far, so good. A little bit of extra trim. Why not? Got the lullaby. And now we're just waiting for the sea combs. My dupes. Oh, they were sleeping. Okay, that's fine. Alright, fresh cup of tea. Always nice. You know what I wouldn't mind doing? Digging this tile. We're gonna do that to have a bin with polluted dirt, so it doesn't off gas. That got done. 73. Calories are great. Everything's working really well so far. We could get more incubators if we really needed it. I don't think we need to yet. So getting the seacomb is going to be our priority right now. Opening this up is also not a bad idea. That way we'd be able to allow the water to accumulate. As much as we could have, the better. This is a little bit cooler than the area, so it's not that bad. So part of me is thinking like we should maybe flood the ancient specimen room. Try to do a dig pattern like that. Maybe open it up from this way. And try to get all the rooms connected and then open this up. That could be something we do after we get the seacomb, though. We got to get the seacomb first, so we start growing it. Just trimming a lot of the areas. We could do all that, then do this. Space for the dupes. Lullaby is good. We should be able to do all that. Yep. Dig this down. Alright. So this digging needs to be done first. George has mosquitoes outside his house. Feels bad. Oh, what are we doing? Rot pile movement. Feels bad. We don't have the food to entice George yet. We have to, you know, make sure George is happy. 2 seacombs. We're going to run that there. Logic for that's going to be very simple. Just going to want to have pea dirt, and we're going to use the pea dirt for the seacomb, so it works out. Okay, seacomb's in. This dig is getting ready. I guess we should dig this out as well. We don't really care about this. We're just going to leave that for now. These guys need some water. Sub-limiter, no. Organic, polluted dirt, put that on a 7. Okay, now we get that. A little bit of off gas, it's fine. My man, these guys were trapped. I didn't even realize that. You guys are free now. You guys are free now. We had 2 trap dupes, man. Classic. Classic, classic. No one's gonna die. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be okay. Alright, we were gonna want to do these 2. We don't want this pop in the plants. That will eventually happen, but you know, it's not really a big problem. Okay. Schedule, new day. New lullaby. So we're not gonna try to eat meat till later. You know, cycle 40 plus. We're not too worried. We're not rushing the carnivore. We're gonna take our time. Take it easy. If you guys do want to rush it faster, more incubators is going to be a good way to do that. Because we have eggs to incubate. It's literally just, you know, Making sure the eggs hatch, do all that good stuff. Get all those fun times in. Going through this way. I guess we could try to dig that. And then from here, see how much we could trim off of this. A lot of digging to do down below. It's breathable, so it's not too bad. I may want a ladder here, so that we could remove the sand and save the guys right there. New DLC added new options. Oh, it did. Oh, that's right. We might want to knock, say hello. We will want to grab the water that's right there, right? Alright, so we will get new lum soon. 2 cycles, 35. Oh, yeah, the fish, right? The jawbow fish. We could try to do that. We also could eat the dartles if we really wanted to. Wouldn't be a bad thing. But I want to get a new lum for this guy. He's alone, dude. He wants a homie. Still waiting on a lot of the plants to keep growing. Insulated tiles got built. That's pretty fast. Alright, so here we could just trim entirely. It's not bad. You could trim this from underneath. Yeah, the brisket meat, it's nice. When we can, we will want to plant more of the sea cone. And then we're just going to do sea cone to fight. Oh, we don't have that available yet. Okay. Hey, it's a little baby lum. I'll take this. Yeah, I'll take that. Wrangle him. Put him in the base. Y'all know what it is. Alright, pea dirt's getting moved so that we could fertilize. It's not too bad. We're also digging out space, because we know the spawn's gonna be here. Oh, this is all trimmable from underneath. Oh, wow. So we just got to do these two. We don't really worry about this side. We leave that be. If we can, we should just create more airflow space right here. And then all this could be trimmed from the bottom. Yeah, that's really all it is. So it's like we have 9 dupes. We could easily do 9,000 into 400,000. And that ends up being what? 45? Is that 45? 46 cycles, I think. If we have 8 dupes, it's 50. If we have 10 dupes, it's 40. It might be 45 exactly. I'm not sure though. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's dupe count more than anything else. And then getting the meat supply in, which is going to be the biggest thing. You need to get the meat supply. Alright, so the dupes are good. We have way too many calories, though. That's the funny part. Oh, paku fillet. We do cooked fish anytime we can. That's free meat. We might as well do toasted millets. Alright, so at some point, we're going to cut back on the veggie poppers. I might do that next cycle. And actually, we should wait until we get brisket. Once we get that, we'll stop making veggie poppers entirely. Until after carnivore is done. We need to keep trimming that. Keep trimming this. It's 44.4. Round it down. Let's go. Ooh, okay. This works out Did we lose all the mosquitoes? They didn't fly out. Do the mosquitoes die if they don't get to water? Is that how that works? And I didn't let them out, so they all died. Oh, that sucks. Alright, once they wake up, we'll do another lullaby soon. Waiting for a sea comb harvest. It is on auto harvest. George has one. He has two. Oh, they suffocate. They do. Wow. If they're not in water for too long, they just die. Wow. Is that how mosquitoes work in real life? Asking for a friend? Is that how mosquitoes work IRL, man? They gotta have their eggs in the waters, right? I don't know how mosquitoes work IRL. They don't exist dry place. Yeah, they need the moisture. I don't know anything about mosquitoes. I just think they're larvae. Might be wrong though, right? So yeah, right now we're not really able to do too much. Everything's working pretty all right. I guess we could start grabbing glass forge at the moment. And then we would give our dupe a material study terminal. So that's Timo. It's not bad. We're not doing astronomy yet, so it's not a big deal. And then digging out the bottom, getting more water to be spawned in wouldn't be a bad thing. Growing the sea combs. I think this is going to be where we end up with the spawn. It's far enough from the base that it's not going to be like in the way of anything. Because technically, after we build the spawn, we don't have to interact with it anymore. So it's one of those things that you make it and then you don't want to think about it anymore. Because if it works, you're good, right? So we kind of want that here, I'm thinking. The mosquito nymphs breathe through their butts. Interesting. They just need to not dry out. Oh, I see, I see. Lack of water is their weakness. All right, so the hydrogen, we typically don't care. So we usually don't do suits for it. And then we'll just pull out some insulated. Hydrogen gens, we'll make that out of gold. 1, 2. Because we know it's smart battery right here. This is set up for 3 electros. Okay. Typically it's 3, then 6. Is that how that's gonna work? Then it's like that. And then we have ceiling up top. Then we have set up like this. Yeah, I think that works out. Yeah, then it's insulated. Yep. Okay, so that's going to be our rough build. We're going to be doing a submerged spawn just because it's just way too good to not, you know, want to make. Do that setup to get that ready so we don't have idle dupes doing anything weird. We got the lullaby. Got to turn this off. 100%. We're going to get a lum, baby. Let's go. What are the lums? Is just chilling right there. All right, so we don't do anything with this guy. He's just kind of there hanging out. We could take out one of these lungs. Maybe this one. And then the logic is that he's starving right now, right? We could move this new lum baby inside. And then this allows the other guy to eat all the food himself. And then in 5 cycles, he'll be an adult. And then everything's going to be okay again. Because he's already tamed. I think we do that, man. So, priorities. Jean. We need some skill, baby. Technically, our mosquitoes lay eggs in water, so without it, their cycle is broken. Okay. Can they do it in mud? Kane? I see you over there, Kane. Coming in with the mosquito knowledge. Second guy's in. Do we want to bop one of these guys then? And then we'll just wrangle both of these guys to move out. Downtime though, so we gotta wait for them. So you're telling me the mosquitoes in Oni are biblically correct. All right, maybe not biblically, but they're pretty close to how they work IRL. That's kind of nice. Oh, the digging got done. Nice. I feel like, yeah, we gotta dig this. Because this guy's gonna get stuck. We want him, like, down here, I guess. Oh, he's gonna get stuck here. So I guess that means we kind of do this. That shouldn't be too bad. Fight the lums! Oh, he's mad. Brisket's here, baby. Brisket's here. Okay, so that means... Oops. I'm gonna need that ladder to reach. No more sweat corn. Poppers. I kind of want the progress bar here. I don't even know what it's making right now. Oh, it's making veggie poppers. I want to make sure this stops so that we can eat the brisket. You know what? We'll just turn this off now. All the veggie poppers. Nice, the little baby llama, little baby llama. And the last baby llama. Good stuff, good stuff. Hug the new eggs. Get the new buff on this one. We have a new egg already. It's not bad. Then we have this somewhat ready. You're not idle, are you? You're building insulated tile. Okay, nice. I think I do want to spill this. All right. I think we do these two. If we can, start spilling out the water. These plants are probably going to get wrecked, right? And then that's going to be here. A lot of CO2, regular polluted oxygen. Trying to go through, fighting each other. Lums are down. Everything's pretty good. Cycle 36, and we got our first stack of brisket being made. Tender brisket. And that's going to be how we get started with carnivore. So, cycle 36, we're going to do a quick check. Colony summary. And carnivore. Nice. So we've only eaten 499 calories of meat. Effectively 1%. I wish we could track this like on the menus on the outside so we could see how close we are on the calories. So we've gotten started, I guess. But yeah, we have effectively nothing done. Alright, soon. It's coming in soon, boys. Coming in soon. Let this water spill. These two are gonna pop, but that's fine. We'll keep this one. Try to do this if you can. Nice. This guy's stuck. We're gonna free him. You could fall in now, and then the geyser is just gonna be producing. Look at this guy. He's traveling on the waters. Yo, this guy fell through. Nice. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so we just want the water to be spawning, giving it space. I don't think we want to infinite tap this yet, but that is going to be what we want to do eventually. I guess we could try to do that now. Run an infinite tap. So that would be here. Alright, so we have 2 lums. That's going to be like 60,000 kcals of brisket. I actually kind of need them to eat the brisket immediately. Now that I think about it. That's 60,000 kcals. 9 dupes. And it's gonna rot in like 4 days. Alright, we're gonna do meme strat. We're gonna reset this so that the brisket isn't cooked. And we have one of them cooking instead, so that we could give that time to be consumed. I probably don't allow them to eat sweat corn unless we need to. And we will allow the poppers for now. You know what? I'm going to reset the brisket as well over here. Because we have a lot of poppers. 100,000 kcals. I don't want that to go to waste. Like, we would be starting a little bit early. So we don't need to be starting that early. Now, I do want to get started with this. Ah, I see how that works. We could ladder down and trim this with this ladder. I guess I wouldn't mind it. And then it would stop the moment we get to the spawn. That makes a lot of sense. Alright, just to give the dupe something to do. That way they're not idle. We could still continue on to the next thing. Permanent oxygen. And then we will have to decide how big of a colony we want to make. Now, this is the point where you're going to want to limit yourself in how many dupes you're going to want to have. I'm probably going to get to 10 dupes, and then we're going to slow down, and then maybe get to 12, and then stop until we get the spawn up. In which case, after we get that, we could expand again to maybe 20 to 24. And then each electrolyzer is going to give you 8 dupes worth of oxygen, roughly. And with the design we make, it's going to be overproducing. So that's going to mean that suits and stuff we don't have to think about. Ooh, figs. I might take Ren though. This is a really good set for a dupe to go make a platform on a new planet. This is a really good spread of skills. So we'll want him building and digging, I guess, like that. And then we'll do supply. That's not bad. So at this point, you could expand, make your base larger, dig out more stuff, tap a geyser and start collecting the resource, make it infinite storage. We'll go through what we need for the infinite storage somewhat soon. Right now, though, I'm going to be building our spawn design. If you guys don't know how to build a spawn, you guys could just follow along and build what I'm building. This is a submerged setup. I have a video on this on YouTube if you guys want to check out a more in-depth guide. But you could just copy this for now, and it will solve all the problems. So it's going to be pretty good. Very roughly, 1, 4, 6 is going to be our dimensions on the regular tiles. This is going to be set to align this to be flat, and you have suit space. You don't need a suit at the bottom because this is going to be hydrogen. We're not going to go in and breathe. If anything, if we do need the suit, this is not going to be necessary in most cases. We will have oxygen here, and we're going to eventually lock the dupes out with a door. Right now, though, I don't want them to kind of like waste time opening and closing the door like that. So we're just not going to build the door yet until we get the build in. But yeah, roughly this is going to be what you want. This is going to be smart battery space, but since it's refined metal, I didn't want to spend it yet. This is going to be for 3 electrolyzers, which is 24 dupes for now. I'll probably get up to 4th electrolyzer, and then we'll do another design for the aqua tuner for the early game. So that should all work out. The little baby lums. Let's start hugging the little babies again. All right, we're still doing the brisket. I'm gonna reset this again. We have way too many calories. Now we shouldn't have any tough meat. Not inside the smoker. Right? It should be all inside, or at least going to be. Oh, they're on downtime. Okay, we'll turn this off and wait till they wake up. Right now, though, we did get a good start. Everything is roughly set up well. We have enough algae to last a cycle 200 if we don't get more than 10 dupes. We just got more on the map as well. Everything's looking really nice. So right now we can try to take it easy. We're waiting for a lot of stuff to grow, like the, you know, overgrow nodes right here. Waiting for this to finish growing so we could supply 2 lums with food and not have to worry about starvation. When they starve, you get no egg chance, meaning their reproduction drops to 0. So starving sucks. And then if they fully starve, they die, right? So that's not good. Oh, and then we got to do the lullabies again. We're not brushing anyone. The brushes should be at max priority. It's looking pretty good. Farm is fine. I think we might remove this layer of sweat corn for now, because we don't really need that growing at the moment. We're going to be using the lums for food soon. Nice, got that trimmed out. We got to do the second layer. Where are my ranching dupes? They farming? Oh, you were really down there, huh? That's hard to really compare. Tweedle Thumb, that's hard to really compare. Like, does that mean you're not looking at the resource they produce? So they make peat, right? They poop it out. That's a fuel type. Hatches do something similar, coal gens. And then it's also, the problem is food storage. While they give you a lot of food, if you don't eat it in 4 cycles, it rots. So is it more cacao? I'm not sure. Voles and hatches? Yeah, like you would have to do a little bit of math. I don't know at the top of my head. The problem with lums is that it takes a while to set up. Hatches, you get it set up in a cycle. Shovels, same thing. But yeah, I don't know the math for that, man. I haven't have that on the, you know, off the hand knowledge. But yeah, you could easily figure that out, man, if you do a little bit of math. Alright, we're gonna start mopping this before it becomes unmoppable. We got Glass Forge. I'm in. Okay. So that means we could start making the emulsifier setup. So that we could start making stuff for the blast shot. Now, we're very much ahead in that case, and we don't really need to do it. So instead, we're going to be grabbing electrolyzer tech that we were going to need. So we're going to grab the salination plus electrolyzers. We'll let this charge up one more time before we actually turn this off. And we will want to make a glass forge. I might do it right here. Realistically, I should do it right here, though. And it shouldn't really matter where we put it. Let's trim this. We'll do a meme setup. We might even melt the shale. Ah, this is it. Alright, so it's typically going to be airflow, airflow, airflow. This is airflow. Then it's door, door, door. I mean, tile, tile, tile. Then we want a tile on that side. Get the airflow there. We will want to go up this way to get into the inside on the top. And then we will want to pump eventually, but we don't have to build that yet. I guess we can, though. It's not a bad thing. Okay, not too bad. Wait for that to be built. We do kind of want that tile. I guess we could argue we might want this to be built. And then we're casually waiting for the spawn to be finished. This doesn't need to be built anytime soon. Did we make brisket? Oh, we did. Alright, you guys are not allowed to eat the veggie poppers anymore. We have to eat the brisket. $32,000 kcals, 10 dupes. Is it 4 or 8? They buffed it to 8. Okay, that's not bad. So 8 cycles to eat 30,000. Yeah, we could probably do it. We'll allow them to eat the poppers after the briskets are done. Alright, the initial mopping got done. That's pretty good. We are going to do a very weird setup to temporarily make a little bit of glass. We're just going to drop it right there. And then we're going to have it like that. Oh, we got a seed for the sea cone. Not bad. Which means I should be able to start doing this. Nice. So we're going to be doing sea comb to get vital oil. This we're not going to do to anything yet. Now this is done. So we'll do the low section. Start to get that dug out. And then we're going to start trimming this area. We want everything to fall down so that we don't have to deal with it. Yes, that means we could trim this as well. We just want to be able to dig through as well. We also want bottle emptiers here. And then this is infinite storage setup. Once we have it built, we'll talk about it. Oxygen is pretty good so far still. Now we are at 10 dupes. We could try to get ahead and get a new diffuser so that we don't have to worry about it too much. But we should be all right. I think we're going to be fine. If we do get one more dupe, it might be something to think about. Oh, this is already stored. Nice. So we don't need the rad bolts to be charging. We grab the desalinator tech. Next is going to be a Q. We're going to need to be able to cool down the oxygen. We could allow the lums to just be, you know, walking around. 2 eggs. Nice. So 2 lums. 6, that's 8. 2 eggs. But wait, 2 lums, because they died. We got 2 more lums, that's 4. 6 here, that's 10. And then that's 12. Technically, you need 13 lums, and you have carnivore. So we're at 12. And that means if we were, you know, push come to shove, we could forcefully evolve all the lums into brisket. And then we would have the achievement, if we could eat the food in time. What? Why aren't you guys eating the brisket? Why aren't you guys eating the brisket? Alright, man. No more mamillets, man. They are not eating the brisket at all. Why? It's right there. Good plus 8. Oh, we need to put the brisket in here too as well. Mom, what's wrong, baby? You're okay. Mama, you're okay, babies. What's going on, Green Ferret? Welcome in. How are you? I see you over there, man. Oh, we got barbecue. One of the dartles died. Okay. Right. Right now, we're just waiting for the dupes to kind of catch up. We might want to deal with the CO2 problem that we have, because we do have one. So I'm going to make a new ladder that goes down. I think a good one that's going to be is right here. I want to have a little bit of space for the biome. So I'm thinking we could do it here. And then we could have the ladder start. We probably want this to be a tile layer like this. And then we start building the tiles out, and then we'll get the ladder in. If anything, we could ladder down there, and then from there down. Now, the water shouldn't be a problem, because this is decent mass, so I should be able to do something like this. And then I think we might want to do a pit right here so that the CO2 could accumulate. And then we could start pumping it out. Doesn't even need to be a deep pit. It's just because of the CO2, I don't want it in here. But it's like, yeah, I'm gonna need a drop block then of some sort. Maybe that's where we use the oil. I guess that works. Oil drop blocks, so CO2 stops coming down and goes into the right side. Pretty good idea, I guess. Alright, this got done. We can start trimming that. We need to start trimming this. This ladder is not going to matter too much. Alright, so both of these are lullaby. Turn them off. Brisket at 59. So 5 dupes had brisket. There's no way I grab the fries. I guess we could get to 11 dupes. It's not a bad thing. I did want to get around 12. Fries is bad. We have way too many calories. The brine doesn't really help us. Operator with operating skill. And then we have Freya supply research. Yeah, we take Ashkan. Hello, operator. Sorry about that. Good stuff, good stuff. More attack done. AQ is solved. We probably want neck door next. We will need that for the drop block setup. Okay, so we need 100 kgs, so we're just gonna do 4 here. And then we will power this. We are no longer powering the rad bolt gen, so it's fine. No more cooking, that's okay as well. 59,000 calories of brisket. That was off of 2 lumps. That is like so good. About 1/6 of carnivore, man. It's pretty nice. All right, we're gonna do a drop block here so the CO2 spills to the right and or accumulates here. And then that way we could start pumping up the CO2 from this area, and it's not, you know, that bad. We could do that. Still not able to, you know, go over there yet. We can't cross this. So I guess we just go down right there. Alright. Sea comb to Phyto oil. 400 kgs. We're getting started on that. Just because we have a little bit of idleness. It's time to eat. Eat the brisket, boys. Eat the brisket. Oh, they gotta pee. They didn't finish eating. That's fine. Oh, I don't have a bed for the new guy. Alright. New guy is gonna sleep downstairs. Sorry, new guy. Oh, we have that bed already. Sorry, new guy. You're gonna have your own room, but it's gonna be downstairs. Yeah, no more mamillets. We're just gonna let that kind of be wherever it's at. This is gonna take some time because of how far it is to travel. All right, we went through another 15,000. That's decent. I think that we're catching up on some calories. All right, we'll start hugging these guys again. Oh, they're adults now. Let's go. Some of the food is almost ready for them to eat. Good stuff, good stuff. And we're getting the hugs. Oh, no power. Oh, because of the forge. Yeah, that happens. Level up while hugging. Let's go. That does not work IRL. I tried. You don't get EXP for hugging something. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, working this out. Get that. Get that. Trim all that. This gets to move out. So it's tile, 1, 2, 1, 2. And it goes out to there. Yo, man, if that was a strat, dude, people would be farming experience all day. Alright, research is done again. This time we will grab gas res. Why not? Gas res is always solid. Alright, we're trimming as much as we can of this area. We want to clean it up, of course. And it's toilet time. Nice. Alright, so tile airflow. Get the wrap, get the H2 gen. We're gonna run automation cable here. We're gonna run heavy watt wire. Electrolyzer socket is on right side. That means we get the heavy watt plate here. We're gonna need this setup because we won't be able to reach some of the stuff on the side. And then we'll need another one after that. But for now, we'll get that started like that. We're going to want heavy watt wire here. Bottle emptier on that side. Alright. Oil got released. Not bad. Wasn't this 300 grams? How did I lose oil here? Am I crazy? This was 300 grams earlier. None of it is missing. I mean, we have some missing, but it didn't spill anywhere. That's kind of weird. I mean, I guess it is what it is. High melt risk, we're okay. 99.3. All right, we're having weird things happen. We're getting weird rounded off amounts that shouldn't be happening. We got minimum oil tile amount, 20 grams. Instead of the maximum, which is around like 300. Didn't spill, which is kind of weird. Or maybe it did, and then when it spilled, something happened to it. Either way, that's not supposed to happen. I mean, it is what it is. Electrolyzers, we will make this out of gold because we can. If you don't have gold, it's okay. It's not really gonna matter if you have gold or not for this setup. For our case, that we do have that gold biome, so it is gonna be available. Cycle 41. So we're eating our first 2 lums right now in food. That's about halfway through one of the meals. Each lum is 32,000, so it's about halfway through. Dupes are looking pretty good. We're going to be getting up to 12 dupes. If you don't want to feed that many dupes, you could stay a little bit lower. But, you know, you got to work the math backwards on how many dupes you're going to need in order to get carnivore. We technically have enough eggs plus lums alive and dead to get the 400,000 calories of meat. In order to eat the meat, I've denied access to the sweat corn and the veggie poppers. So they're not allowed to eat that anymore. That way they have to eat the brisket. And that's because if we don't do this, they might eat the veggie poppers, and it has a longer shelf life, right? The veggie poppers, 16 cycles. So we don't want the brisket to rot. All that work for just the food to rot would kind of suck. So we don't want that to happen. All right, so after we finish eating that, and I think 3 days, 11 times 33, right? We'll check out how many calories we'll be at. Ooh, the ladders are done here. Here, here, here. We could dig this now. Get these 2 built. Not bad. There is one thing about this, though. I might want to pull the wire down all the way to start powering a gas pump to deal with the CO2. I think I may want to do that. Okay, so opening this and then deconstructing these tiles to release the oxygen probably is smart. I want to dig this and try to put a canister filler on it. And then that's going to mean that we're going to want to run a wire through. All right, we'll stop it right there. This doesn't need to be built, so this is just in case they're idle. But this is going to be our 32 dupe electrolyzer setup. While this is roughly the size, there's going to be a little bit more on the left that we're going to use as a cooling area so that we could temper the oxygen to a low degrees of like 20, 22. That way, the oxygen that we pipe out acts as a, you know, subtle coolant instead of having to run an aqua tuner with the actual pipes outside. That kind of sucks, right? So we're just going to be running the gas instead. Cool down the gas because it's going to be hot, right? The electrolyzer will generate oxygen at 70 degrees. So if you don't cool it, it's going to end up cooking the base. So we want to make sure for that. Now, of course, I want to get +6 right here so that we could have 6 lums in the ranch, not have to worry about, you know, the longevity of the ranch. We don't want to sacrifice them this early. But it's cycle 42, so we're like really ahead. Can't really be mad. Gotta continue lullabying. And we made the glass 124. So now that means we get the emulsifier. I think we get rid of this. Mop this up. And we put the emulsifier right here. Start trimming all that. Connect the ladder. Nice. Alright, emulsifier. You cannot flip this building. That's a little unfortunate. We're gonna run that here, get a res here. Emulsifier is gonna be making biodiesel. That just means like that. We are gonna run phyto oil plus bleach stone. Actually, bleach stone's down there. Oh, I don't want to be in CO2 though, right? Yeah, I guess we'll just do it up here. Trim these. And then we're going to run this pipe out this way. Feed in the phyto oil. Should be good. The only other thing I might want is a bottle filler here. That's gonna be later on. But effectively, we could do that. So that the biodiesel is readily accessible. And we don't have to do anything weird with this. Like put a vent, mop it up, anything weird like that. That way we could just grab it in liquid bottles for when we need to make the blast shot maker. Which we don't have yet. But, you know, that's going to be, you know, after we do carnivore. Just having that be built is kind of nice. So that you get a little bit a head start. So no research. We're okay. Grabbing suits wouldn't be bad. That helps us get ahead. The rocketry stuff I'm not even considering yet. We do want polypress for the amber resin plastic later, but we don't need plastic yet either. We do have a little bit of rad research, so we could grab some of the rad tech stuff if we really wanted to. But there's really nothing that's necessary at this moment. We'll grab canister drainer. All right, so now the power line is built. That was fast. Oxygen should be trying to leave. We're gonna want the canister filler here, and then we're gonna put a gas pump here. Right, simple setup. Y'all know what we're gonna be doing. Pumping up CO2. Putting it in a bottle. And then that's going to be an easy way to deal with that. This oxygen to help out the breathing. But it's, you know, we want that to leave if possible. Got the lullabies in. We turn this off. So we don't need this rolling anymore. The remainder amount of glass is just going to be chilling there. And then this was for, I think, the amber that I was going to need later on. So what we'll probably do, because we do have lure plant seed, is we'll start growing the amber ourselves. So we're going to put that here. Get 2 lure plants to eat some of the mimicas. We don't really need them tending to the sweat corn either, so it's pretty good. So we have so much food in here that we can't really add new food. It's a little tough. I guess I can't be too mad about that, though. Okay, so this is basically going to be the same amount of power as the incubators. Not that big of a deal. Though I will want to be adding the CO2 pump on that soon. Let's try to get the construction here done before the stuff up top. And then get this done instead of the stuff up top. This is, you know, later on, right? Still had 3 eggs. 50 tons of algae. That's really nice. This guy does not look too good. We have, I think, 2 to 3 cooks, 2 to researchers. We don't need a doctor at this moment. I don't want a bionic dupe yet. Mallow seeds, I don't really benefit from this. This guy, we already have a decorator. So it's a rocketry operating. Can't do ranching, that's fine. Gourmet kind of doesn't help him out. Decreased excavation speed. That kind of ruins the rocketry skill. If anything, he could grab data banks, but I'm not going to be greedy. We don't need to take the dupe just because it's a dupe. So that should be fine. How much refined metal? I'm actually going to start listing that so that we have an idea. 45. Let's do another 10 of the rock crushing. We could see we have a lot of CO2 here now. So to make this better, we're gonna start trimming a lot of the side tiles right here for gas flow purposes. That way the CO2 spills down a little bit easier. We're also gonna want to open this up. We're probably not gonna care too much about this. We'll just mop this. We'll leave these two drops, just because it's better if we just leave it in there. CO2 is going to be able to go down second axis from this way. And then we're going to pump that up. This is going to be something they'll get to work on soon. Nice. All right, so we could plug this in. As long as we don't run the incubators, we'll be fine. But we need to run the incubators, so let's turn this on real fast. Can we hug them before you go to sleep? Thank you, Layra. Nice. Good stuff. Thumbs up. Okay, so now we could start plugging that in. Plugging that in. There's a little bit of oxygen, but who really cares? Very trace amount will be fine. If anything, we want the gas flow to be a lot better right here. So we're gonna dig all that. The overgrowth doesn't really help us. We could probably remove that and jump up this way. And that also makes the pit larger, so we could store more CO2 in here. This oil lock is preventing the polluted oxygen out. We're probably going to get popped eardrums in here, to be honest, though. We did dig out a good amount of space. Maybe it's going to be fine. $15,000. 54% fresh, so it has 4 days remaining. I mean, that's fine. We don't have any dinos requesting to be eaten yet, so it seems to be okay. Oh, Lura plant. Oops. 7 copy pastes. That's gonna be for getting amber resin. I think the second seed is here, right? So here, because we could go down here, jump, grab this seed, grab that seed. All right, do that setup, and then we're just waiting for the CO2 to come down. Not bad, not bad. At this point, you guys could make a conscious decision to start doing this. I don't want to do this until I get rid of these sources of polluted oxygen, the bottles of water right there. But you could start adding deodorizers. We have the tech. You guys probably would so as well. Start putting it around the building areas that you'll have it. I'm actually going to be waiting until we get this built so that we could store all the polluted water in here. Right? And then we don't have to worry about any new polluted water bubbles spawning, right? Oh, the lum's alive. Hey, there's nowhere to put him. Just take an egg. He's gonna hang out here with the homies. This guy's at 94. He's still lullabied, so he's fine. 15K. I probably do trim this. I love the art of the Jawbos, but I haven't had a need for them ever. It's a shame. It's weird. I feel like Jawbos were kind of an experiment. Like, they wanted to have predators on the water and on the land, right? So it was like, I feel like they made one of each just so that they could play around to see how it kind of works in the long term. I don't know if that's what they intended, but that's what it feels like. It was kind of like a more of experimental thing than anything else. All right, we're gonna start trying to catch the water while they build this. Because I'm gonna be real, the Rexes, man, they are really bad at hunting. And that feels like canonically incorrect. Like, how many times have we, like, probably referenced Jurassic Park? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, dude, man, it's the T-Rex. Like, this was the apex predator, man. You know what I'm saying? This man was the hunter. And it's like this T-Rex right here lost the T. It's just a Rex. And he's mad that he keeps missing the prey, man. You see that frustration, yo? He was like, God damn it, dude, just get in my mouth. And he was mad that he's not getting it, man. These guys are done with life. They're like, man, this guy keeps eating me, but he keeps missing. I'm not entertained anymore. And he's just gonna walk away. It's classic. Jawbones just end up in a kind of weird place. I wish they were part of a superb or ambrosia meal. That could be kind of nice. Really, though, you just get smoked fish, which is, yeah, kind of lackluster. Could you do anything with fish to convert it into a resource? They should have made it so that jawbones gave you lime. Somehow. That would have been cool. Like, when you kill a jawbone, it drops the meat, but also the bones of the fishes it's eaten. And so you get like a weird second resource that becomes lime. Right? Because it's like the logic with this is that it eats the animals whole because it has a weird jaw. Can't chew properly. Right? Swallowed whole. Jawbones used to drop lime, but it was changed to rust. What? No. Come on. Lime would have been so nice. Lime would have been so nice, man. I'm not even kidding. That would have been really good. And people would have, like, tried to ranch them. Like, actually. Feels bad, man. Feel like, kind of like missed opportunity. I'm on Team Rust. The first time I saw lime, I was like, wow, that's redundant. I guess you could argue if you're making a ranch for them, you're going to be feeding them pacus, and you're going to get a lot of pacu eggs in general. I could kind of see that argument. Yeah. Because you have to raise pacu in order to feed them anyways. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Alright, looks like we're getting really bad packet size. 50 grams. So this is a pressure issue, which probably means I need to get oxygen down here. We'll just have that plugged in really fast. Because what's happening is that it's probably, yeah, my oxygen pressure level is a little low, which allows the CO2 to kind of be more expanded out than it needs to be. So if I just add more oxygen pressure, it's going to push down on the CO2 gas. You enjoy ranching-based challenges? How's that Dartle Ranch coming along, my dude? I'm still waiting on a ice maker for brine ice. That would make doing dew drippers easier, man. I feel like they really need to add that. Ice maker to make brine ice. Because relying on the Rexes is a travesty. I don't know what that last word is. I feel like I don't know what the word is. Something bird is the word. Alright, hopefully we'll get some algae there. We have a lot. We'll be fine. No research, but that's okay. No, okay, 4,000 brisket. Not bad. Expert at critter dropping and separating baby critters. I see you. The only reason why I asked that was because I remember last time you were talking about how you hated the dartles. It's like, dude, ranching these guys suck. I was like, man, that bad, huh? Didn't think it'd be that bad. I am thinking about getting infinite storage right now and starting the sweep. That wasn't you. Oh, that was someone else. My bad, my bad. I'm thinking about getting infinite storage set up. Yeah, so at this point, cycle 45, it's not cycle 50 yet. We already got it started with a little bit of the meat, so we're a little bit ahead. We're back down to, yeah, we're still at 13 right now. We're waiting for more eggs from these guys. We'll probably get at least 12 more eggs. Though there is a lot of items on the ground that I'm thinking about cleaning up. So I think we will start a infinite storage setup for that right now. This is kind of unfortunate with how the heights work right now. Oh, the mosquitoes suck though, man. Like, I mean, not as a meme, like they're really bad. You know what I'm saying? All right, so we're gonna make this sweep only. We're gonna redo this. We could technically go up to there, right? 4 tile range. So we're gonna move everything slightly. Someone was suffocating here. That actually could be happening. Yeah. Maybe over there. All right. So the oxygen from this should help push stuff down, which is what I'm hoping for. Okay. We want that set up. Kind of like that. Get rid of this. Build a tile on that. And then we're going to get rid of this layer. And then we're going to want that set up. Hopefully we don't get stuck inside. Maybe just do one for now. So far, so good. So we could actually start eating another meal of brisket. I don't think we need to yet. 700 kcals. That's a rounding error. All right, some of the dupes might want to eat that. Oh, you're climbing through for the water, which is fair. I might want to access this soon for the water. Because we're using that for the phyto oil right now. Not doing biodiesel yet. We do have the bleach though. We would be able to go into here for more as well. Okay. I guess we will allow them to eat veggie poppers now. And we'll start the next meal process on cycle 50. Yeah. The logic is that I kind of want to say, you know, cycle 50 when we do everything is going to be how we want that to work. Okay, we want to build this out. The eggs got pushed up. Let's go. Gonna get rid of this. Nice. All right, get that. We'll wait, and then we get the dispensers here. Nice, so this is no one's allowed in except for my ranchers. Oh, I never gave my other rancher the skill. So it's May and Layra. Oh my god. I forgot to give my rancher's skill. Okay. May and Layra. There we go. Bump this up to a 7. This could be dug out now. Ladder. Okay, this is going to be no access. All right, so what we're setting up right now is something called infinite storage. This is going to be for these items on the ground. If you guys are new to the game, you guys are probably spamming storage bins and then sweeping through the storage bins. We are going to be stacking all the items on a single tile. And then you're going to want this store set up and then dispensers. You can put the dispensers right on top. I like to have a little bit of space so we can walk on top. And then ideally, you're going to want your door set up on the edge of the tiles like this. So that way, if you replace this area right here with a fire pole, they could slide down, grab the items while sliding, right? So that's going to be really good. So what you're going to want to do is click on sweep only and then select everything you want to store. So I'm going to go with all standard. And then we're just going to go through the list. Organic, make sure we don't get the stuff that off gases. Seeds, minerals, metal, they're all fine. Miscellaneous is fine. No liquefiables. Manufactured, it's okay. Consumable ore, that's also fine. Everything seems pretty good. So we're going to take this priority 4. Copy, paste. These dupes are not that good. I'll take Oxyfern. Now, what happens now is, ideally, you're going to want to sweep the same type of list that you did. So I'm just going to tick off some of the stuff right here. Liquid. On the organic, it's rot, pile, pea dirt. All right, so with this list, now we could start sweeping. The dupes will now sweep and dump everything into here. Now, for the most part, you don't want to sweep the entire map. It's going to make some of your dupes not be able to work for a long time. So you want to start sweeping a little bit at a time. Usually, it's going to be where they're eating and where they're sleeping is where you want to do it first. Because they're going to be in that position, standing still, and they're going to be affected by the decor a good amount of times. So you're going to probably want to sweep those areas first. Oh, the CO2 here is kind of bad. I should probably put airflow here. I didn't realize that. Right, they're going to be eating soon. So the sweeping is going to be, everyone's going to be able to sweep, dump everything there. There's no limit. So they're just going to be able to dump everything into the tile. Because it's sweep only, they're not sitting here infinite looping, which is what you want to avoid, right? And then afterwards, you're going to be able to start giving them sweep jobs so that they're never going to be idle. That's going to be how you keep your dupes, you know, working and then keep your area clean. Right? Some of this early game digging looks pretty bad. So we're just going to want to clean that up. Now, of course, we are on cycle 46. This is almost done building. I guess we do have refined metal right now that we get started with. And then 300 grams. We're still a little bit slow on pressurizing, but it's fine. Not too worried about it. This is done. We have 2 gases here. This is Ironically, 5 kgs. How did we get 5 kilograms? That's a lot. So this is a infinite pressure setup, technically. We're just gonna run the pipe out like this. Same thing with the power line. And then we're very likely gonna need to dig this down, unfortunately. Of course, we're probably also gonna want to cap this. And then we're probably gonna enter from this side. 2 tile gap, so it's probably gonna be here, 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 here. And then we could do a liquid lock in, out, seal it on this side. We're probably also gonna want to insulate this. Not that big of a deal right now, though. So we'll just keep that like that, get the liquid lock ready. So this is infinite pressure, right? How this works is that you're going to want 2 gas bubbles here of different element types. You're also going to want liquid here, so you don't want to mop this up. This water stops the oxygen from moving, and then the oxygen stops the CO2 from moving. The tiles keep it in place. This creates an animation on the liquid that allows it to teleport from this tile to this tile. And then that prevents any liquid, you see that? It's at 1200, from pushing back up. So the biggest problem with this is that high pressure damages tiles. Airflow tiles are immune to this. So anywhere that you have liquid contact, you have to have airflow. So we're able to get away from that here because this is 2 gas bubbles, but then this tile needed to be airflow because of the water right there. Right, so it's erupting right now. You can see the value going up. It's going back down because it's spilling back down here. But if I look at this tile, the value is just going up. So this is infinite liquid spill. This can break if the water here evaporates. If a dupe reads the gas, there's a couple things that could go wrong. But in the most case, this is the probably go-to method to deal with water geysers. Just because it automatically spills into infinite storage, giving you the theoretical perfect amount, or the maximum amount that's, you know, the max potential. Because at some point, if it fills up and overpressurizes, you're not getting the maximum water anymore, and you want as much water as you can. Water is life. So that's going to be what we're going to be doing here, setting up a liquid lock to go down this way, right? Go back up. And then we're probably going to want to go here. We probably want to go here. We do want to open this up. I guess we don't need to do that now until we build everything else first. All right, so that's going to be infinite liquid pressure, airflow. You have an alternative using manual airlock or mechanized airlock to replace the airflow tiles. Airflow just looks better, I think. And then you don't have to worry about like the off-gassing stuff. All that's looking pretty good so far. All right, so that was another night. Not bad, not bad. So we're gonna not eat meat for a little bit. We're gonna check on the reproductive chance right now. 47 didn't get brushed. 84, he's cool. 49, 47, 42, 71. Okay, we're gonna get 2 eggs. Maybe like 3-4 days. And we're gonna be good. It's not bad. The lums are chilling. They could sweep if they're bored. The peat should be fine. We're at 83 tons. So ranching the lums gives us peat that we're using for smoker fuel and also peat generator power. So it's pretty good. We also have glass forge. We're not going to be using it. We just needed the initial amount for the emulsifier. We are technically in what's known as early game stability. Way too much food for us to eat. Way too much oxygen resource for us to burn through. We have a decent sized colony, and we're potentially getting idleness. We're not even researching right now because we're a little bit ahead. So this is a lot of times where you have a little bit of freedom to kind of build what you want. In our case, we're going to be spending the time building our spawn, And I'll go over this right now, what we're going to need to do to make this work well. For the most part, you're free to build what you want. Another spawn design. If you guys want to keep exploring the map by digging around, maybe you want to go to space and get scanning done early, that's going to be up to you. But in our case, I'm going to be focusing on the long-term solutions for oxygen. So we are going to be building a 32 dupe electrolyzer setup. This is going to have built-in infinite pressure so that it solves all the problems. And then we're going to be cooling it as well, which is why we insulated this room into insulated tiles. Now the thing is that insulated tiles don't have a run speed bonus, but regular tiles do. So you don't want to mass spam insulated unless you kind of need the heat proofing. In our case, we are going to want that. You're going to want this shape. This is a 24 by 11. We have extra tiles here for a lip tile. So if we include that, that's a 25 by 11. Now we're going to be doing 4 hydrogen gens because it's going to be 4 electrolyzers. That works 1-to-1. Then we're going to want a smart battery to control everything. While everything here is made out of gold, you don't need it to be made out of gold for this to work. And then you do want the ladders like that set up. Make sure to get the heavy watt wire in too, as you're going to want to design like this. That way you don't have to, you know, worry about the power and all that good stuff. I think I will also want to do a heavy watt joint plate here. For the aqua tuner, we're going to set up on the side. But for the spawn start, that's going to be how this is going to want to look like. We're going to wait for this to be finished. No liquid lock. If you guys are not familiar, you guys might have noticed this already. The moment you touch a liquid, your dupes are going to start shivering and they're going to be moving in slow motion. That happens in any liquid in this game. It doesn't even matter what temperature it is. It seemingly just has a very low value. In a sense that no matter what you do, if you make contact with the liquid, you're just going to be cold. That's a little unfortunate. It kind of sucks. But, you know, that's just the game rules, right? So just no liquid lock until you're actually want to seal it off. So while you're building, you're going to be traveling a lot faster if you didn't have that. All right, we know that we will have a pump here above the smart battery. And let's get our pipes in. We will run regular pipes in like so. Right, very simple setup. This is not going to be plugged in yet, so you're going to want to not fully connect, right? But you want it next to where the power needs to plug in at. The automation's already in. We'll have to set up the smart battery afterwards. And we're going to add water in these areas once we're set up for that. We won't be completely ready yet, so won't be doing that immediately, but soon. Now, if you guys wanted to make a larger or smaller spawn setup, this is a repeatable design right here. So you could just add this right here and then move the insulated tiles to the left or shrink it, right? It's literally this pattern where the hydrogen gen is completely on the left side of the airflow is insulated. So we just replace this with insulated. Right? It's a repeatable pattern, so you can scale this up as big or small as you need to. Of course, a smaller design is going to be built faster, so this is really going to be up to how many dupes you want to play with at the maximum amount. So we're never going to get over 32. I'm probably going to settle around 24 dupes in this playthrough. I might get more, but for the most part, I like to over provide, right? Just in case, you know, we want oxygen for boops, oxygen inside of the rocket. We need hydrogen for whatever reason. If I wanted to convert oxygen into like something else and I needed it, it's always nice to have. So having that is going to be the reason why we're doing 4. But that's going to be something you're going to have to decide. Okay, we're going to have that set up. We have to wait for the dupes to build. We released a lot of CO2 from this area, looks like, and it's spilling down. Alright, we want to put the ladders there, because eventually we will want floors here, so we just get that ready to prevent the dupes from idling. Still got to sweep this, which is fine. So far, so good. The only geyser I haven't found yet is a normal chlorine. We have the hot polluted oxygen, salt water, polluted water. We don't have normal chlorine. I mean, that's not a bad thing, I guess. Normal chlorine, it's not that useful. Okay, and we might want to start breaking into here. Maybe. This guy's gonna bite me, though. You know, it's a mosquito. Did we need that plant? No, it looks like we're fine. 2 lure plants. I will get one more. And then maybe a new mimica. We do that over here. Not bad, not bad. We still have outhouses. We could make the upgrade soon because we have the gens. We could do that. I kind of want to wait for the spawn first. You know what? I guess we could do the toiletry setup right now. Wouldn't be too bad. There's just a lot of things I don't know if it's in the final position. I guess we could wait. The pea water is useful for the, or the pea dirt, I'm sorry. Useful for the sea cone. We have a lot, though. We also have pea dirt tiles that we could dig through down here. Oh, I never locked the door. At least no one got shot. But otherwise, everything is going pretty good right now. Letting the dupes work, letting them build, letting them catch up. Part of me is thinking we could try to infinite pressure this, but the water's a little bit too hot. If the temperature is above 69, your dupes will get heat damage. And you're going to want triage cots for them to kind of, you know, regen if you do get hit by that. So it's one of those things where we kind of have to wait for this to cool down. It will eventually cool down. There's a cold biome right there, right? But we will have to wait for that. Outside of that, we have our water. Oh, I never actually built the pitcher pump here. Right? Because we want to be able to tap into that when we need to. The heat from the glass has kind of deteriorated. A little bit of polluted oxygen. I'm not too worried about that, though. Where is that even coming from? Is something rotting here and the rot pile is still there? We should have moved that out. Who knows? I can't be mad about that, though. 500 grams. Okay. We could start pumping again. Get decent packet size. Yep. Because you're always going to spend the same amount of power regardless of how much gas you're pumping. So if you're pumping less than the maximum amount, you might want to let gravity do its thing, right? Before you allow this to keep spending your precious power. At this point, we're not using wheels anymore. I could get rid of that because it's not really used for anything. Can't be mad. We're not even hugging the eggs. Probably should. And then we just have way too many calories. Veggie poppers went down, which is fine. Oh, cooked seafood. One of the Pacus died. Feels bad. No barbecue yet, though. Which means, not a lot of dartles have died. They're all just kind of chilling, I guess. And we have beds for the new dupes. Oh, do we have enough tables? Oh, there's a dupe not eating in here. Oh, that sucks. That's my bad. If we want to add a statue, I want space for that there. So far, so good. There's no break in our magma channel, right? That's really the only thing that might be a problem. Otherwise, everything is looking really well. No real issues I have to dive in to fix. Everything is going all right. And then we have time for demoliers still. It's pretty good. Oh, this is in. We still got to build that. Ideally, there's only one gas in here, and that would be the best thing that could happen. So here. All right, we're going to want that. And then we're going to start setting up our aqua tuner design. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna need those tile space. We're gonna do that setup. Okay. And then I have to try to remember how to do this. We have polluted water, so we could pre-sieve that. Let's sweep the items over so that they're not stuck in here after we're done with this. We're going to want insulated tiles there. And then this is going to go back up. Do as much as we can for that. And then we know inside here we're going to have a liquid res. We're going to have a gold pump here. I guess we could remove these ladders for now. I'll wait on that one. Now with the gold pump, right? We 100% need this at the very least. And then we could try to do a short AQ setup. Which means we just need one door. Doesn't really matter too much. Oh, I didn't remove this. That's fine. We could have it here. I'm gonna make that out of nickel. Here or here. Doesn't really matter where. I do think we might want to put it here though. Then we have that set up. Get this out of the way. We're gonna need 3 tiles of space, but we would need to vacuum. Alright, so this goes away. We're gonna need these to be tiles. We are gonna want gold aqua tuner. Because of how it works, I think that's gonna be where we put it. We are gonna want liquid pipe thermal sensor on the left side of this because of the pipe going in, right? This is gonna be insulated tile. So that means we run this setup. We're gonna transfer heat to this tile from the door, but I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. This is 8 tiles. This is 9 tiles, but I think that's fine. And then the big thing is we're gonna need to get this tile to be a vacuum. I think we could do that. Because we're gonna want joint plate here. Maybe. Could you put an automation sensor on a joint plate? Oh, you can. Okay, that's nice. We will want that. And then wire. And then there's no way to run this joint plate to the bottom. That's funny. Because this would power this, but then we need to also power the pump at the bottom. We can't put it here because you can't overlap the joint plate connector to an actual socket. We flipped this, the piping changes. We could just run a separate power pump and not think about it. Right? And just run a wire to that. Because this is going to be a gold pump. Creating a spawn is the least favorite part of the game. Yo, man. Just have a set design that you're happy with. And just let everything fall into place. Let everything fall into place. That's honestly all you could do, man. In the early game, what is the quickest way to go into hot and cold biomes? Or the biomes where you need a way to breathe? Outside of the main base? I've never broken into those areas before. Ah, that's a good question. Give me 1 sec though. Let's try to do this. No one here is that good. Mouth breather kind of sucks. Rat eater is kind of nice. Mouth breather kind of sucks. We're gonna have more than enough oxygen. All right, we're gonna take bliss burst. We're gonna be at 11 dupes. All right, so your question is, how do you get into areas and start breathing where it's too hot or cold? So there is a point where you start taking damage. Those areas you can't go in until you get suits. If you do get suits, you survive up to 350. There is no bottom limit. You just survive in the cold with suits. After that, in the other areas where it's kind of cold, kind of like the ice biome right here, you just have to tank out the penalty that you have. So it's like, it's going to be chilly surroundings, -5 to athletics, which is a 50% run speed penalty. That really sucks, right? So you really can't avoid that. In the other situation where you can't breathe, because in this biome we have oxygen, trace amounts, you're going to have to rely on the oxygen mask. You are gonna have to rely on the oxygen mask. This is going to be really the only way to deal with that. You're gonna have to pump algae, oxygen, pump it up, move it into the suit, and then make them wear that with the checkpoint, right? So that would be the early game version. You build that at the crafting station. It just costs metal. There's no like reed fiber or anything. The mask is just metal. But the other way you could deal with that is if you need to go inside, do something and you're okay to hold your breath. You could withstand any temperature in a vacuum. So when you have a vacuum, right? And a vacuum is kind of like the top of the map. When you hit gas overlay, there's no gas. That's going to be an easy way to kind of notice a vacuum. Also, no liquid, because you could stand on top of any temperature. It could be -200. It could be positive 1,000. You don't need suits or anything like that to actually walk on top of a surface that has a insane temperature. So because of that, you could abuse the vacuum properties, right? Whether or not you pump it up, door crush, let it kind of just, you know, get exposed to space exposure. There's a lot of ways to do that. You could also try to build tiles diagonally, right? Because you could do a thing where you dig this, build a tile, and then that deletes the gas. And then you have a vacuum, right? There's ways to do it, right? But that's a very like niche situation for that to really work well. Outside of that, realistically, you want to get the suits. The suits are just really hard to like beat, man. It does suck, but it's really nice. So that vacuum strat I was talking about is really good with bionic dupes. What you would want to do is use gunk or oil, right? Make a drop block into the area. Make sure it's a vacuum on the other side. And then your boots don't breathe in or out, right? And they have a built-in O2 tank. So that means you're just going to be able to just kind of work in there. Of course, that's usually going to be grabbing resources, digging. You can't build anything on top of something hot because it's just going to immediately melt. On the cold biome, though, you could do that. But then if you mine something that off-gasses, if you have a gas environment, your dupe's going to start getting cooked. So you have to watch out for that. How come you're starving? Did we not allow you to eat veggie poppers? No, man, you can. You just don't want to eat veggie poppers. I don't know what that is, man. Just get some food, my dude. Oshcon. He's eating. Let's go. Cook seafood. Always adding to the meat calories. What a stud. Now, if you want a quick and dirty method because you want to get in through the sand biome right here and you can't breathe, there is no easy way to do it, but there are mechanics you could try to manipulate. Do you know how to do a U shape? If you're smart, you could actually do a weird setup. So let's say that this is all CO2, because it is, and you want to get down to here. A lot of times you could try to dig out a pattern like this and then have oxygen in here by moving it yourself, whether you put whether you move oxalite inside or if you're trying to catch oxygen. And of course, the easiest way to deal with a pit like that is realistically just put an oxygen diffuser. Get a power wire, put a diffuser in, and you'll start generating oxygen, and it's gonna float up. You could catch a bubble while it's floating up and breathe, so that works technically. Now, what you're trying to do if you do this strat is, you would probably want a ladder here too. Once you release oxygen, it's lighter than CO2, which is gonna be here. So it's gonna want to float up. So you could kind of catch it as a little bubble. It's kind of like you've seen Pirates of the Caribbean. You've seen that scene where they're at the bottom of the ocean, they have the upside down boat, and they're kind of just jumping in the water. You're like, don't let go, or the bubble of air, leaves. And they're doing that for like the longest time. That's exactly what you're trying to do in this case. It becomes a pit stop where you could breathe and go back down, right? But otherwise, yeah, you don't really have that many strats. Just what I've said. All right, this is build. I think we'll have to continue this build next time, though, because it's going to be a lot of automation to explain and whatnot. There's been so many pirates. It's the one where they were doing the rowboat bubble thing at the bottom of the floor. I don't know which one that was. I don't know which one that was either, man. I just know they did that in one of the Pirates, one of the movies. Maybe it was. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. They must have been wearing iron boots. Hey, man. There's a saying where some people are born anchors and they just don't float in the water. Something about bone density. I don't know, man. I don't know how that works. The first movie is 22 years old. Holy crap. What was happening 22 years ago, man? I was listening to Green Day. Dude, that was a long time ago, dude. Holy crap. I was over here listening to Green Day, minding my business. I think we do just pull this down. Dude, I didn't know it was that old. Now I feel old. That also means Johnny Depp with makeup has looked the same for 20 years. Not gonna lie. That's kind of impressive. Oh, ha. Boop, boop. Continue the pumpage. Yeah, you see that? The CO2 used to be here. Now it went down. We're removing it and then pressurizing to push it down. It's not bad. Not bad. All right, we're going to start allowing them to eat the sweat corn. I'm okay with that. We have way too much food. And then on cycle 50, we'll start using lums as food source again. Oh, we have an extra egg somewhere. Nice. They're going to move that out soon. Oh, sweep only. I forgot to uncheck that. We're good now. All right, move the eggs. Thank you, thank you. What are those things below the incubators? This is the new hospital bed that doesn't heal you. So it's a bed. That's exactly what that is. DIY caught. Edwin, welcome in. Who would you like to claim? Let me know, let me know. We had a good list of dupes today. Linda, I see you over there. Gossman is in. Okay. Gossman, I think, is an operator. Y'all ever hear the meme that everyone in IT is a furry? We're gonna give Gossman, because he's the operator, the Jurassic Jammies. That makes sense. Inner Spirit is a dinosaur. Oh, we can take another lure seed. Not bad. All right, so we are at cycle 50. This is where I said you really just need to get to that point to get started. And we have 6 lums being ranched. We only need 13 to get carnivore. 2 eggs, 2 eggs. That's 4 eggs. And then 2, 4, 6, 8. That is 12. Now, the thing with that is, we already ate, oh, oops. We already ate a little bit of meat because we had 2 lums die. And then that was 60-something thousand kcal, 64. And then I think we had 1 Paku die. So we got that done, and we have the 67,000 kcals to get that ahead. So we only had 2 lums being eaten before cycle 50. Otherwise, that is going to mean that we could technically do carnivore already, because that puts us at 14. And we only need 13 to do carnivore. So in that time period, all these lums giving us eggs is just going to be for the longevity of the ranch. But we're going to be incubating more so that we have more lums be ready to eat. And we're probably going to do the lums one at a time. But we have 11 dupes, 50 cycles. That's 550,000 potential calories. At this point, though, I will recommend having to manage the food so they're forced to eat the brisket. We do have backup veggie poppers and sweat corn. It's just that, you know, we just want to make sure the dupes don't starve. So for the most part, we are in great shape for doing carnivore. Outside of that, we're going to be talking about finishing up the spawn next time. We were just getting ahead with this. Dug out a lot of the map. Infinite polluted water geyser. We got the infinite tapping on that. We just want to do a liquid lock to have the longevity on this. And then we found most of the geysers. We didn't find the hot chlorine, but we have the cold chlorine. We have the hot water right there. And of course, everything is looking great. We do have the teleporter, but we're not going to the second planet yet. And we're going to be on track to get carnivore done. So this is just backup food. We have rad research, but it's not rolling. Emulsifier so that we could do the demolier blast shots. And we got a little bit started with the phyto oil as well. Of course, that means we had a small sea comb farm right there. Also dealing with a little bit of the CO2. Everything's working pretty well. It is going great. So guys, this is going to be setting you up for carnivore. We'll see you guys in the next episode. But hope you guys enjoyed. We're going to be doing the conquering of Relica, having you guys, you know, play along while watching. We'll help you guys out. You guys need to know some of the tips and tricks or how to proceed certain situations. This is going to, of course, be how I play through the game. Each and every person that plays this game will have their things they like and enjoy. And of course, you can make some changes if you guys want to as well. Leave a comment down below if you guys have any questions about this. But of course, we'll see you guys on the next one. Okay, so that was for the YouTube video. So, time to answer the people questions. No, we're not doing all achievement. This is going to be a guided playthrough to do all the printing pod objectives on Relica Start. Normal settings, so 200 seconds with Demolier. I decided that I wanted to attempt Carnivore on this as well. I haven't done Carnivore with Lums yet, but it seems really simple. It's just 13 Lums, right? 10 Lums is 32,000, and then another 3 is 96, and then that's 416. So in most cases, it feels really easy. On top of that, getting the blast shots done is not that bad either. So we were just trying to, this is going to be cut up, right? So that the YouTube video is going to be a lot shorter. But to help out the people. That's going to be why we're doing this. If you guys have any questions, you guys are free to ask as well. But guys, this is going to be where we wrap things up for the night. Everything's looking really great right now. We are on track, I believe. We have food here. We got more eggs. We got more eggs. We get another incubator if we really need to. Power is technically set up. Spawn is almost ready. We gotta do the coolant line for this, which shouldn't take too long. But yeah, guys, everything's looking like good times. Might want to upgrade the toilets though, get plumbing in. And then I think we're gonna want to start getting a Rex ranch set up next. Realistically, we only need one Rex being fed. And after we do Carnivore, we're just gonna feed the meat to the Rex. Keeps that very simple. But yeah, people of chat, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Any last roll call, I guess. Any questions, man? I could answer that right now. If not, man, we'll see you guys next time. Of course, before we release this video series, we're gonna have the other one released first. And probably gonna be doing another one. Auto 100 Relica. That's tough. That's tough. That could be something to think about. But yeah, I haven't thought about that yet. Haven't thought about that yet. Maybe. If we need something to do, that is certainly on the list. But as of right now, I am not thinking about doing that type of run yet. Yeah, you have to let the meteor crash while everything is running. That's going to be the funny part. I might want to bump it to like 150. Just so that the meteor crashes in the middle of the AFK and not at the end. Because then it's like, if it happens at the end, it's like, well, like a lot of the damage isn't really going to affect you in that case. Right? No, who knows? We'll have to see. But yeah, time to get that saving.